Okay, welcome back to Studio 2 here on the Gold Coast at NMRAx broadcast headquarters. We've got another 4 hours of clinics coming up for you. And I think we're jetting over the ocean back to Australia. We've got an Australian clinic coming up. We've got, I think the rest are based in the US. But anyway, again, we've got some breaking news coming through. This year, we're actually having a face-to-face convention. So everybody jump in there, get your registration fees in. These things are always a week of model train overload. And there's some brilliant tours and other items that have been planned. If you go to the website that's listed there on the page, you can look, you can register, you can book your tours. And yeah, I think it's going to be good. And in the background here, we've got John ready for the hosting duties for the next couple of clinics. So without any further ado, I'm going to hand it over to John Doering, and I'll catch you all later on.
Excellent, Marty. Thank you so much. Just so you know, I'm signed up and ready to go to St. Louis. I'm looking forward to seeing the gang there. And like you said, a week of model train overload. Hi, everyone, and welcome back. I'm John Doering. I'm joined by Brad Anderson behind the camera and way down under. And this is the X, NMRAx. It's the place where model railroaders and railroad modelers and all of us who are crazy about trains come together to share ideas and insights and inspiration. So remember, tell everyone you saw it and you heard it here on the X. Okay, next up is a presentation called Making Rolling Stock Layout Ready. So few things can impact the enjoyment of operations more than having to re-rail cars that jump the track or chase those that separate while we're running our trains. Still, having smooth, well-laid track is only half the equation of operating success. And just because it claims on the box that it's quote unquote ready to run, well, that doesn't mean the car is really ready for the layout, at least not yet. So for the benefit of everyone, here's a collection of tips and techniques and tools gathered over the years by our presenter that you can use today. Put your equipment through a rolling stock boot camp and ensure that it's ready for the layout and for years of enjoyable and nearly derailment-proof operation. Many thanks to Ed O'Connell from the Lakeshores Division of the Northeastern region for sharing his success secrets with us here today. Bradley, if you're ready, let's roll the tape.
Greetings. Welcome to Rochester, New York, the heart of the Lakeshores Division. We're here at the home of the Rochester Model Railroad Club, and we're going to be doing a presentation on what we do to get rolling stock ready to go on our layout. If you'd like to learn more about the club, you can view the club's website, of which I'll show you the website address later on, or you can read about us in the March 2022 issue of Railroad Model Craftsman magazine, where we'll have a 10-page feature article, which is also a follow-up to a similar article that we had back in the September 2008 issue of Model Railroader. We've done a lot since then, so you can see the progress that we've made. So I'm Ed O'Connell. I'm currently the president. In the past, I've served as both the superintendent, and then prior to me being the president, I was the chief engineer. I brought a lot of experience with me from being members of other clubs, and over the years I've collected a lot of information on what's necessary to make rolling stock railroad ready. When I joined my first club shortly out of college, I had a lot of older equipment, but it was like plastic wheels, horn hook couplers, just regular shake the box kits, and it worked fine. However, when I joined my first club, one of the things that they required was that we use KD couplers. So I had to learn how to do that. I was with that club for about 5 years. Then I joined another club I was with, and they required that those couplers be secured. Because if you all know in the Athearn Blue Box those little clamp-on coupler box covers tend to fall off, from being used time after time. So now I had to go to that, learn how to, tap and screw the coupler box covers on. After leaving the hobby for a while and coming back, I joined another club, and they were requiring metal wheel sets because they eventually were going to detection. So they needed something to sense the current across every piece of rolling stock, and why the reasons that we did that. So over the years, I've been adapting all of these recommendations that I've learned from other places, and over time, we drafted up a copy of our rolling stock standards and recommended practices for use here at the club, based on that experience that I brought up. If you'd like to get a copy of those standards and recommended practices, you can download them from the club's website, which is NMRAC.com, and look in the Forms and Files sections tab on the left side of the screen. You'll be able to pull up our standards and you can download them and see what we use and if that will work for you. Recommendations on a whole bunch of different things. But one of the things that's also very handy on there is we also include a copy of the NMRA RP 20.1, which is the recommended weight practices, but for which I also made a little chart on the back in Excel that will tell you for a particular car length how much the car should weigh in both ounces and grams and what the scale length at that measurement is. So first, let me introduce you to some of the tools that both I and as the club use to get our rolling stock railroad ready. Because just because it says ready to roll on the box doesn't mean it's ready to go on the layout. Organization is key, and having all of your tools ready to go and ready at hand is very important. One thing that I found is this tacked toolbox at a Harbor Freight. I can store my regularly used tools up on top. It's quite cavernous. And then it also has 4 slide-out trays. Each of the trays is dedicated to a particular task. The one that's out here is for couplers. So it has all my coupler sizes, accessories that go with it. So graphite, it has some of the tools that I'll talk about later, screws, anything that I need to attach a coupler to a car. For the ones that are still inside, one of them is dedicated to wheel sets, and that has anything that I need to put a wheel set together. The different sizes, whether they're weathered or not, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. Another one is done for lighting. It has fine gauge wires, LEDs, resistors, and anything that I need to do to put lighting in cars or structures or what have you. And the one at the bottom is set up for decoders. So it'll have harnesses, various types of decoders, could have speakers in it. I'm out of those right now. But everything is stored in one concise unit, and I can have it on a shelf, and anytime that I need to get rolling stock ready or go through a test, I just grab my box and I'm ready to go. A lot of the equipment here is inexpensive enough that you could have multiple sets. So you have something that's always dedicated for car prep. Another piece of useful equipment is a foam cradle to protect your rolling stock. Something very simple, but it protects your rolling stock from getting damaged on a hard surface. A lot of the tools that you'll see that I'm describing that you can either get from Harbor Freight, which some of the more major components, but more hobby-like tools you can get at a place like Micromark. Now, Micromark is a partner in the NMRA partnership program, and if you're not already a member of the NMRA, I highly suggest that you join, because as a partner in the partnership program, they offer discounts. And depending on how often that you order, you could almost pay for your membership in the NMRA just from the discounts alone. Now, the first stuff that I'm going to talk about here, you may or may not want or need right now. But I'm starting to get into detection, as some of the railroads that I run on have signaling systems, and they're using a CATS program, or they have detection on their layout, and they require all rolling stock be detectable. So I'm starting to get into putting resistors onto the axles. And they're just something as simple as using some CA, some surface mount resistors, and a conductive paint. The first clinic that I went to was this product called wire glue. It's got metallic particles in a suspension liquid that you have to keep mixed up, and you just draw it across the axle and make contact with both wheels across the bridge of the resistor, and it'll create some resistance. Because these are so small, I have a set of tweezers with a magnifying glass to place them. I also got this other stuff that somebody recommended called electric paint. It's a little bit thicker than this, and a little bit more of a pasty consistency that they found worked very well for them. You can get the resistors and you can get the electric paint, or the wire glue. You can find that stuff online. Some clear nail polish will protect it from the electric paint from flaking off after it's all done. Another thing I have here is a jar of rust-colored paint. I want to paint my wheels before I put them in the trucks. So I will have you just be sitting watching TV one day and take a micro brush and my rust-colored paint and weather my wheel sets. I can glue on a resistor and let them dry, and then the next time I'm ready to get cars ready to go, I have them all set. Another thing I have here is a multimeter. This is good for checking to see if your wheels are conductive. A lot of cars now come with metal wheel sets. However, I'm a big fan of the old blue box Atherns and the roundhouse kits. They're relatively inexpensive, and by putting a little bit of work into them, they work great. But they don't have all those fine details that are going to get damaged, because I'm primarily an ops guy, and I like my cars to run. They kind of have to look good too, but I would rather them run better than look better. My choice for metal wheel sets is Intermountain. When you buy them in a bulk box of 100 like this, they're quite economical. MSRP is about $100 for a box. You usually find them on the street in hobby shops that discount and stuff for around $70, $75. They do come in packs of 12 also, and there are other companies that make metal wheel sets. I like a turned wheel set as opposed to a sintered wheel. And a lot of the older KD wheel sets were made of a sintered iron, which is a compressed powder. I went to a clinic one time when they were doing the resistor wheel sets, and they found that the conductivity of a sintered wheel is not as good as a turned axle. Another tool that I have here is a truck tuning tool. On one end of it is just a point for sitting in the journal. The other side has a little cutter. Sometimes when you replace your metal wheel sets and axles, they might be a little bit tight, or there might be some flash in the journal. By putting this in and just giving it a couple of turns, it'll remount the axle end, and then you spin it around and you do the other one. Don't go too many times or you'll cut right through the side of the truck. Another thing that I have here, which I've had some mixed results with, is a truck spreader. For taking the wheel sets in and out of trucks, put this on either side of the wheel set and give it a squeeze. It'll pinch the trucks out. You'll be able to take the wheel set out, put the new one in, and release it, and drop the new one into place. The NMRA Mark IV gauge is also very important to have. The one side that we're going to concentrate on here is this side here, which is for measuring the gauge of your wheel sets. There's two little notches in there, and you have your flanges on your axle. You want to make sure that that fits into those two little notches evenly. If it doesn't drop in there, your wheels are out of gauge. They can either be too wide or too narrow. To adjust it, if they're too narrow, by holding both wheels, give it a twist and a tiny little pull. If they're too wide and it spreads across the two notches, give it a twist and a little bit of a push. You'll feel the axle and the wheel move, and then just keep checking it against the gauge. Give it a test. Swivel it around a couple of times. Make sure that it didn't go on crooked. Once you know it's engaged, you're good to go. Our next round of tools and equipment that are going to be very helpful are the fiber washers from KD. These are available in 0.10 and 0.15 thickness. These are used for adjusting the height of our coupler up as need be. The red ones are a little bit thicker than the gray ones, and they recommend that you don't use more than 2 on your kingpin. Sometimes I need to go a little bit more than having 2 of these. So what I found is some number 256 metal washers. These tend to be a little bit thicker, and I can use them in place of or in combination with to get that coupler up to a height that I need. Because I might not need an offset shank coupler. And if you're familiar with KD, they have ones where the shank comes in either on the top of the knuckle, in the center of the knuckle, or at the bottom. And that'll change the knuckle height. But occasionally, and most often, you don't need to get an offset head coupler. But sometimes if you have to go to that extent, you may need it. Another thing that's helpful to have, especially if you're going to be working with a metal chassis, is a tap. This is a number 256 tap. You can use it for plastic also, but I find just driving the screw directly into the plastic itself goes in easily enough. However, if you want to use the tap, you're perfectly welcome to do so. And it'll cut those threads for the screw for you. If you're going in metal, a little bit of light oil on there while you're putting it in will grab the chips and bring them out. Another thing that I have is a pin vise. This one happens to have a number 50 drill bit in it. This is the size bit that you would use for a number 256 screw. Another useful tool here is what's called the bullseye jig. This is made by a company called A-Line. It's a little brass tube. On one end is milled with a hole in it that fits over the pin of an Athearn Blue Box coupler box. On the other side is a hole that's drilled through. That's the same width as a number 50 drill bit. The way this thing works is that if you were to have an Athearn car, you would take your bullseye jig and placing the notched end over the pin, hold it straight, and then using your pin vise, put some light pressure and push gently and let the tool do the work. As you cut through, it'll cut through the plastic and back it out every now and then and clear out the chips and then go through and then complete your hole. Once you drill all the way through, you'll now have a clearance hole that you can put a number 256 screw in. I have a collection of those in the box that I showed you before. An 1/8 of an inch screw is just the exact height of the coupler box. I also have here a couple of screw starters. One of them's a finger type, which you may not be able to see, but it's just an expanding grip. Whereas this one here is a tweezer style with a groove on both top and bottom so that you can grip the screw and still get at the head. A small Phillips and a small regular headed screwdriver, because I tend to work a lot with Phillips screws for my coupler box covers, but a lot of the older cars have just traditional slotted screws to mount the trucks. Also here is the trip pin pliers for KD. We have these laying around the club that we use. I find good enough results with a pair of needle nose pliers as well. Last thing I have here are 2 rulers. Your traditional steel rule. This one by General. Mascot makes something similar. Is available in multiple scales on here. Like I said, we're dealing with HO, so I'm going to pretty much concentrate on the HO scale. And with the addition of the extra foot here on the end where you can get down to individual inches, this is broken down into 3-inch increments between the scale feet. Whereas another company here called rulersoftheworld.com made these plastic rulers. They're quite easily to read. They're nice and bright, have big text on it. But as you can see, the breakdown is only in scale feet. So you don't get the detail on this, but when you're just doing rolling stock, I don't think you necessarily need to get down to the fine measurements. Sometimes you need to add weight to your car to bring it up to the recommended practice. I like to use these stick-on wheel weights that you can get at an auto parts store, a hobby shop. You can also find them online. They come in either quarter ounce or half ounce increments, and they come mounted to a piece of double-sided foam tape. You just peel off the backing and you can stick it into position. There are some articles that are out there that recommend using some other type of adhesive to put these in, as the foam tape or adhesive can degrade over time. I haven't had that issue yet, but it is something to consider. If you find these online or either in an auto parts store, you can get them in bulk, and you can almost get a 9-pound box of them, and they aren't very expensive at all. A couple of members here at the club got together and ordered 36 pounds of them, so we pretty much all have a lifetime supply. But the cost of it was quite negligible. Another thing that you can use is just ordinary hardware, be it washers. You could use a little bit of either goo or CA or a caulk type construction adhesive to adhere them to the cars. If you're really short or need something in a pinch, coins work just as well. One member here at the club likes to use these BBs. Comes in a package of 6,000 of them. This jar is quite heavy. And this is good when you need to put something on an open load car. Something like this flat car here. Unless you put a load up on top, there's not much way that you can hide weight in plain sight. However, on the other side of the car, you could drizzle in some Aleene's tacky glue into the sill here and drop some of the BBs in and bring the car up to weight. Woodland Scenics makes a product called tungsten putty that you can also press in there. And then there's another company that makes something called liquid gravity that I was just recently reading about, that you can fit into crevices like that and will add extra weight to the car. In order to make sure that your car weighs properly, you need a scale. Digital postal scale like this is available at office supply stores. You can also get something similar at Harbor Freight. Some of the more deluxe scales will have a variety of different weighing scales, whether it be grams, ounces, and you may be able to go down to more than 1 decimal place. Depending on the particular scale that you have, you can have a little bit higher level of detail. You might not necessarily need to go down that far, but it gives you a little bit more accuracy of the weighing. This one happens to run off batteries. Some of them come with an external power supply also. Last thing I have here is a couple of jars of paint and a micro brush. As part of the club, every club member has their own color code, so we need to know who owns a piece of equipment that's on the layout. In the event that it has to get bad ordered and pulled off, or if we want to find out who owns a particular piece of rolling stock, we can refer to a chart with that particular color code on it and find out what member it belongs to. Now this here is something that I call the ultimate all-inclusive test track. It'll do just about everything. It's made out of a PVC lumber, so it can't warp. And it has a bunch of useful tools that are on here that you can test just about every piece of rolling stock equipment that you have. It's featured in the March 2022 issue of NMRA magazine. Now, some of the features that this test track will do is it has 2 studs on either side of the track at this end. They're connected to wires which are soldered to the track. So if you wanted to test a locomotive or you wanted to program a decoder, you could put either a power pack or connection to your DCC system to these studs, and you now have a programming or test track. I use that for my portable power cabin decoder programming station. And if you'd like to find out more about that project, that appeared in the March 2020 issue of NMRA magazine. The coupler height gauge that we chose to use here for the club is the micromark gauge. It's just a solid aluminum block. On one side, it has a slot milled for the knuckle, and then on the other side, it has a little shelf for the trip pin. I chose these because it has absolutely no moving parts. Either the coupler knuckle fits in the tolerance of the slot, or it doesn't. Or the trip pin clears the shelf on the other side, or it doesn't. Now the KD gauges are fine, but it does have moving parts. The coupler has a spring in it. It will move from back and forth. And the other thing you could get is a false reading if you put it on the track and your trip pin hit the shelf and lifted the knuckle up so it now meets up with the knuckle of the test gauge. But because that's there, you may get a false reading. So we like these. Now, they don't come with a hole drilled in them. At least they don't yet. I made the suggestion. But because we didn't want them to get lost, I drilled a hole through the center and put a couple of washers with a screw through with a spring. And it's just as simple as picking it up and spinning it around, and you can test the trip pin on the other side. Now, we talked a little bit before about the rulers, and we talked a little bit about the recommended practice for weights. And in RP 20.1, which is the recommended weight for freight cars, now working in HO scale here, is 1 initial ounce plus an additional ½ ounce for every inch of car length. So instead of having to measure every car with a ruler and then do calculations, let's let the test track figure it out for us. So starting at the 3-inch mark, which we calculate to a 2½ ounce car, we can put the car on the track and slide it up to the red tie here. So wherever the car lands up, it'll give you what the recommended weight is for that particular length. I didn't mark the 1/4 ounce increments, but they're easily seen here. And if it falls between the two marks, you can do an approximation. Here at the club, we recommend that the weights be no more than 0.1 ounce under, but you can have any over. But at some point, if you tend to overweight your cars, there will be a diminishing return. It's going to put additional forces on your wheel sets and your axles and your truck side frames and also on your locomotive motors. Some people tend to overweight their cars. I found that the recommended weights work just fine. Another function that's here is if you want to use it to clean locomotive wheels, we have these. These are just bent coat hangers with holes drilled and these little nails bent over to hold it in place. But by popping the center stay up, you could put a shop towel or paper towel, drizzle on a little bit of your favorite cleaning fluid, press this down so it holds it in place, and then put these wings over the towel to hold it in, and then you have enough room on either side to run your wheel sets of your locomotive over to clean them. A couple of derailleurs here to make it easy to put the car on the track. There's a level to make sure that it's level when you're starting. Then over here on the right side is how to measure a car's length. This one starts from right to left. Again, there's another coupler height gauge on this side. Handy storage for the Mark IV gauge. And it's just as simple as putting the car on the track and then sliding it into position. We twist it around this side. Now, like I said, we can line this up over the red tie, and we could find out that this particular car should weigh about 4.5 ounces. By putting it on the scale, we can find that out if it is, or if it's not. If I need to add weight, I can do that. Another handy function of this is to see how well a car rolls on a grade. Now, one function that was built into this, because I saw one club member struggling to measure how cars rolled on a grade by using our old test track, was by shoving shims under it. This one's adjustable. By having an adjustable knob on the side, I can change the height of the test track at one end to a particular gauge. Now, this one will go up to 6%. By tightening this up, I can now have a rolling grade. By putting the car on, I can see how well that it rolls down that particular grade. If for whatever reason you wanted to test a shade or a climax up a 6% grade, well then this can do it. So let's put cars through the boot camp, as I call it, before we can put the stuff on the railroad. This is cars that I picked up at train shows over the past year or so, and want to put them through their paces to make sure that they're all ready to go. So let's take a look at some of the cars that I've selected. First car I have here is what appears to be an Atlas. I mean, it might be a Walthers also, 50-foot box car. I'm more of a modern guy, kind of more of a modern type car. Just has the reporting marks on it, no railroad decorations. I see it has metal wheel sets, which are great, but what I do also see is a brown color to the couplers, which kind of leads me to believe that they're plastic. And on the club railroad here, and kind of in my own stuff, that's no good. I can kind of do a test on that by pushing on the glad hand, and I can see that the coupler shank bends. The telltale sign that it's a plastic coupler, that's going to have to go. Another thing that I also notice is that it possibly has pins in place of screws for the trucks. I'm going to have to look at this. Even though it has a slotted head in it, it may just be a friction fit. So I'm going to have to look at that. So first thing we're going to have to do is we're going to have to take the trucks off and change the couplers out. And now that I'm finding that I have to screw these out, so these may actually be screws and not pins. So that's a good thing. And in fact, I can see that they are threaded. But I do have to get the couplers out. Now here at the club, as long as you have a metal shank coupler, that's okay. Our couplers of choice are the KDs. I've really never had a problem with them. They're standard, they all work well together. Mixing brands of couplers sometimes don't always play well with each other. Even though that they're knuckle couplers, even though that a plastic coupler is going to tend to wear out, the plastic just gets weakened by use, and they don't center, they don't have a good return, and I can't stand these two-piece couplers. These things are just, pure, sorry you have to say it, pure hell. So they definitely got to go. I'm not sure whose they are. They may be Accumates, they may be something else. But they're not KDs, so they got to go. I prefer the whisker couplers over the KD number 5s, but they work just as well. Dropping the coupler into the box, then just screw it back down. The eyesight's just not what it used to be. Used to be able to replace the knuckle springs with my bare eyesight in a matter of seconds. Now it just takes a lot longer. Now that I've replaced the couplers, I'm going to want to shoot a little bit of the KD grease in there to lubricate them. Only need a little bit in there. Just give it a little shot right into each coupler box and give it a little wiggle back and forth to work it in there. Now we're going to check our wheel gauge, make sure that everything's within tolerance. Spin the axle around just to make sure that everything is straight. Everything's looking good with wheel gauge. All right, now let's put it on the test track. We're going to slide it into make sure that the knuckle fits into the tolerance gauge, and it does. Spin it around, lock it back into place. Trip pin's good. Do the same on this side. Fits. Spin it around. All right, everything's good here. If the coupler were too low, I could either use a knuckle, you could either use a washer, either the fiber washers, or I have these number 256 metal washers. Put it under the truck screw and raise the car up. If I only needed a little bit, if I needed a little bit more, I could use an offset knuckle coupler, either overset or underset. If the coupler was too high, I'd definitely have to go lower, so I'd need an overset shank. But everything looks good there. We're going to put the car and measure it. It's a 50-foot car. Should weigh approximately 4.75 ounces or thereabouts. I'm going to start up the scale. Tear it out to 0. We put it on and we're looking at 4.8 ounces. This thing's ready to go on the railroad. All I have to do is put my markings on the bottom and I can add it into my database on my laptop. You don't need to see me do that, but I can record where I bought it, how much it cost, the manufacturer. If I know what the stock number was, I bought this car loose. I really don't know what the manufacturer's stock number is, but I know what I paid for it. I could put that in there. Upgrade cost for the metal wheels and the couplers, and it's ready to go onto the layout. Take a look at another car here. It's a covered hopper car. This is an Atlas car, and as you can see that the truck just fell off. Why? Because it doesn't have screws. It has push pins. These are friction fit. These will work themselves out over time. So I'm going to need to tap that hole out and put a screw in it. What else I also noticed with this car is that it also has what appear to be plastic couplers. But I'm going to have to take those off and take a look at them. They look a little bulky, so that's what's making me think that they are in fact plastic couplers. And as I'm taking them out, they're two-piece just like the other ones. So into the trash can they go. I mean, I guess you could also use them as a detail piece laying around the yard and just cut the shank off and just have the knuckle and the trip pin. We're going to have to replace these couplers. I have a bunch of 5s mixed in with my 58s. So I'm going to have to get a couple of number 5 springs, which I happen to have. Now that we've replaced the couplers on this Atlas covered hopper with KDs, we've greased them and everything else is ready to go, we have to put the trucks back on. Now I'm looking at these and there's kind of a brass tone to the wheel sets. I believe they are metal, but I just want to check to be on the safe side. I'll set my ohm meter for ohms and I'm going to check the continuity of the wheels. If they conduct, they're metal. And in fact, they are. So I'm good to go. I don't need to replace these. They all look the same. I only need to test one axle. But because they had the pin in them, I have to make sure that I can put screws in. So what I did was I drilled out the truck pin with a number 50 drill bit and then came back in with a number 256 tap and slightly threaded the plastic. So now I'm ready to go back and put the trucks in. But first, I want to make sure that the wheel sets are engaged. As before, we're going to test a couple of places on the wheel sets to make sure that they're straight. And these are looking pretty good. We'll do the same with the other one. These are pretty good too. Flip it around. Okay, now we can put our screws into the trucks. And we're going to screw them into the frame. Now when you put your trucks on, you want to have a little bit of rocking motion in one of them, but you want both of them to pivot. So this one's got a pretty good pivot to it, but it doesn't have much rock side to side. So when I put in this other one, I'm going to want to have it have a little bit of a rock to it. This way it'll give a little bit of a cushioning action if you have any uneven track. You don't want to tighten your screws so tight that the trucks don't pivot at all. That one's a little tight, so we're going to back off a little bit. And there you go. Just a little bit of side rocking action. Here's a tried and true Athearn Blue Box car. This one I did a little while ago. I'm just going to run it through the steps. Because it has these clip-on spring, we're always going to back it up with a screw. It was drilled out with the number 50 bit. Using the bullseye tool, tapped it for a number 256 by 1/8 screw and secured it in place. The original plastic wheels were replaced with Intermountain metal wheel sets. They've been tested for a gauge. And in this particular case, I can see on the bottom that I've got a red KD fiber washer on this side, but I have a metal washer on this side. When I put the thing on the test track originally, there was a little bit of a discrepancy. So I needed a little bit of a thicker thicker washer on one side than I did for the other. But now it lines up just right on both sides. Once again, a 50-foot car should weigh approximately 4.5 ounces. Putting it on a scale. Comes out at 4.5 exactly. Probably needed to put on a little sticky weight at one point. Here's a car that I picked up at a train show. It appears to be either an AHM or a car, toy grade car, that the trucks have been replaced. I can see that they're sprung metal trucks. They have plastic wheel sets in them, and the previous owner put KD boxes on them with KD couplers. So this car might be okay to go right as it is, but I do need to change out the metal wheel sets. Now I can use my little tool that I have here from Micromark as a truck spreader, but I got to be very careful because they are metal trucks that I don't want to overspread them and crack them. I also have to be very careful when I take the wheel sets out that they don't fall apart because they are multi-piece. Now that I've changed to metal wheel sets, because these are metal side frame trucks, I need to make sure that I didn't introduce a short by doing that. Now, even though the wheel sets are insulated on the axle, I want to make sure that they're not shorting in the side frames of the truck. So by touching one of the leads to the wheel set itself and another one to the truck, I'm going to test that against my ohm meter and make sure that I'm not introducing a short. I want to do that for each of the wheel sets here. Just touching to the metal side frame and of the truck itself. Want to make sure that we're not introducing any shorts. You've already seen me do height gauging, so we're going to skip it on here, but because this is a car that I purchased assembled and it's also a toy grade car, it may not meet the weight standards. So I do want to put that on a scale. And 5.2 ounces, and since this is a 55-foot car, I know it's more than I need. Because a 55-foot car comes out at about 4.75 ounces. And this is about a half an ounce over. But I do know a couple other things that I see on here that while he did put a KD box on and he put a screw in it, it does pivot from side to side. So I'm going to either have to take that off and either glue the cover on or drill another hole and put an 080 screw in through one of the ears to keep it straight. Because over time and banging, this thing is going to pivot. So I'm going to want to fix that before it goes on the layout. Now here with this gondola, I bought it. It's a Conrail car. I modeled Conrail and a lot of the East Coast railroads. But I can see that it also has plastic couplers. So I'm going to need to change those out. It does have metal wheels. And I do see that the trucks are screwed in. Now, the other thing, being an open load, this car may be underweight. So I'm figuring out what the car is supposed to weigh, which comes in at about 4.75 ounces. By putting it on the scale, I know it's going to be light. It is only at 3.1. So somewhere I'm going to need to find weight for this car. I can either glue weights into the bottom, maybe put some of those BBs in through the center sill, or just finding an adequate load. A resin cast load of some sort, or I could put ties or junk of whatever sort, anything to bring that weight up to the recommended practice. So this is an Athearn 55-foot covered hopper. It's a blue box car. Pretty much the same as this one. A lot of the things that are the same. I changed out the metal wheel sets. I backed up the coupler with a screw, greased them. But I did find out that this car is a little bit underweight. So in order to take care of that, I used stick-on wheel weights at each side. I had to add a half an ounce to bring this car up to weight. Got to keep the weights nice and low in the car so it tracks properly. I attached the weight with some CA at both ends, and then the weights just have a double-sided tape on them. I like to paint my weights because over the years they will rust. This just keeps them from rusting. Now I just want to put the car together. These are just snapped together. Just line up the slope sheets down at the end, snap the car together, and then we're going to put the wheel sets on and see if they are how the coupler height is. Put them on with a couple of screws and we'll see if we need to adjust the height. Okay, this side's a little low, so we're going to have to trim that up. This side's looking okay. So I'm just going by eye, and I'm gonna guess that this is probably about a 20,000th shim. So I could use either two of the gray KD shims, but I'm gonna go with one of these 256 washers instead, and see how that works. If I wind up jacking it up too high, I can always swap it out and put in the fiber washers. And it fits right in now. Now these last two cars I'm going to talk about are ones that we've acquired for the club. This is an Athearn ready-to-run tank car. It appears that the couplers have already been swapped out for KDs, but I am looking at it and I noticed that the wheel sets are plastic. So these are going to have to get changed out for metal wheel sets. Another thing with the car is I want to make sure that the weight is good. Now, if we put it on the test track, we find out that the weight's going to come in somewhere around 3.75 to 4 ounces. But if I put it on the scale, I see that it comes out to 3.3. Now, looking at this, it's very similar in construction to the old blue box cars. And that the body shell is separate from the chassis. If you take the screws out and you carefully work the ladders out of the holes, and you can rock it back and forth. It's a friction fit once you get the screws out. You can figure out how to pack more weight into the tank itself. Putting on some metal wheel sets will bring the weight up a little bit, but I don't think it's going to bring it up enough. Likewise, this flat car is a Bowser. Noticing this one, it did come with metal wheel sets, but it does have plastic couplers, so these are going to have to get changed out. Likewise, this is going to be an underweight car right out of the box, you can almost tell. So we're either going to have to pack weight into the sill underneath, probably with the BBs that I showed you earlier, or we can fashion a load for the top. Thanks for attending this clinic on getting your rolling stock railroad ready. Hope you learned something and found some useful tips that you can use. From the Rochester Model Railroad Club, if you'd like to find out more information about the club, you can visit our website at www.rocmrrc.com. I also invite you to pick up a copy of the March 2022 issue of Railroad Model Craftsman magazine, where there's a 10-page feature article on the club, and also a reminder that in the forms and files section of the club's website are our rolling stock standards that you can download and print for your own that may have some useful tips for you. If you'd like to send me an email with your questions, you can send that to webmaster@lakeshoresnmra.org. If you have any questions about the test track that you saw featured, pick up a copy of the March 2022 issue of NMRA magazine, and there's an article on how I built it. Once again, I'm Ed O'Connell. Thanks for attending, and happy railroading.
Okay, hi everyone, we're back. That was a great clinic. Hope you got lots and lots out of that. Thanks to Ed O'Connell for sharing all those tips and tricks and techniques and just sharing his experience with us. So we'll take a quick break here and we'll be right back with more programming.
Okay, so we're back here at NMRAx Studio 3, live from the Gold Coast in sunny Queensland, Australia. And John's here with me, and we've got some other breaking news since the last NMRAx. We now have a digital magazine. So you can go to the NMRA website and you can go to the, I believe it's a Zenio app there, and you can set yourself up and you can get your magazine delivered digitally. It's also available on a number of platforms. As everyone knows, I'm a little technically challenged, but I believe it's available for the Apple device, and it's available now for the Android device. So you can download those viewers, and yeah, it's quite interesting. I've actually had a look at a few articles there. It surprised me, even though I don't model the US prototype. There's something in there for everyone. Anyhow, That's another new thing that's come out since our last NMRAx, John. So anyhow, I believe you've got another clinic for us.
I do.
You do?
First, I have a question. Why is it called the Gold Coast?
Why is it called the Gold Coast?
Yeah.
Because the sand here is golden. And we've got about 20, 30, well, about 20 miles or so of golden sand that is about 2 blocks away. And I think I've seen it about 3 times since I've lived here in 20 years. So, yeah, like they say, when you live somewhere, you never look at the attractions in the area you live until you move away.
That's right. That's right. All right. So I'm writing that down. I've got to come see you, but then not stay at your place, but walk the 3 blocks to the Gold Coast because you won't take me there.
Yeah, and it's well, we don't go swimming in the sea here, you see, because we've got these things called sharks, which are you go a little further north and you don't have the shark problem because the crocodiles will eat them. So anyhow, I'll hand it back over to you, and I'll see everyone later on.
Check out that NMRA digital magazine.
Exactly.
That's a big deal, and we're all really, really, really proud of it. Okay, let's keep the good stuff rolling here on the X. Our next presentation is entitled A Railroad Signaling Primer for Modelers, Part 2. Part 2. The Sound and the Fury, Signals on the Move. Our presenter tonight has been involved in railroading and modeling since the age of 9. Over the years, he's also volunteered with several full-size restoration or operating groups, such as the Frisco 1522 at the National Museum of Transportation in St. Louis, and the SP 2472 at the Golden Gate Railroad Museum in San Francisco. He's currently crewing on 2 large home layouts with members of the Garden State Division in the northeastern region of the NMRA, and he's president of the Morris Plains, New Jersey Model Railroad Club. His modeling interests include the Pennsylvania during the World War II era in HO scale, and the Southern Pacific from the late 70s through the UP acquisition in the Monterey, California area in N scale. He's retired from a career in the pharmaceutical industry. Today he applies his research expertise at the Atlas Model Railroading Model Railroading Company, where he works in R&D and is involved in signaling and electronics and rail history and passenger car modeling. He's currently working on requirements for his electrical and author and volunteer AP certificates. Everyone, please help me welcome Scott Goethe. Scott, how are you?
Good, John. Good to see you again.
Yeah, we did this a month ago or so.
A month ago, yeah.
With the signal, and now you're back with part 2.
Indeed. Part 1, all the fixed signals, and now it's the signals that you aren't necessarily staying in one place at any given time.
Okay, that sounds cool. Now, tell our viewers here, how many parts are there going to be to this story?
Well, that sort of depends on how complex it wants to be. At least I know there will be a part 3 coming up at some point, mostly dealing with interlockings and route-based signaling. And then after that, we can start looking at some other aspects of signaling, more of the route specific or the road specific issues that everyone tends to face when starting to model your own prototype or an actual prototype, some of the difficulties you may run into.
So there's more to this story down the road, it sounds like.
There is indeed.
All right, we're counting on you.
We shall see what we can do.
Well, let's see part 2 here. Brad,
all right.
Make it happen.
Roll the video? Yeah, sure. It's probably a good time to roll video.
Excellent.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the second part of my railroad signaling primer for modelers, part 2, entitled The Sound and the Fury, or perhaps more appropriately labeled Sound and the Fusee. My name is Scott Goethe. I'm with the Garden State Division of the National Model Railroad Association, and I'm really happy to be here this evening giving you this presentation. A reminder overall from our prior talk, where we were talking mostly about fixed signals, is what a signal really is. A signal is essentially anything used by a railroad to control operations. This includes sound, lights, signs, gestures by crew personnel, or other symbols that are understood by train crews operating a train over the tracks. Signals can be permanent, like a fixed or wayside signal that we're familiar with seeing. They could be temporary, or they could even be temporal, which is slightly different, and we'll learn a lot about that tonight. little bit of a review of what was in the first section of this, which was entitled More Than Just a Pretty Light. One of the take-home messages always is the rule book is your friend. Once, of course, you know the language that it speaks. Part 1 concentrated on fixed signals. For example, the familiar masts or a bridge with a head and multiple colored lights that are shining in that at various times in various regions. These are always located in a single place, hence the name fixed signal. And they are very heavily described in detail by both operating rule books and the employee timetables. These two documents, the operating rules for a railroad and an employee timetable for your period or era, are probably two of the most valuable things that you can find at either flea markets, train shows, or even online on places like eBay, because they give you all of the information, mostly, that you need to know in order to understand signaling, basic operations over the tracks, and in some cases, special situations for specific locations. These are in the employee timetables. This is not the standard timetable that normal people would use, but the employees have a lot of other information which is found within that timetable to describe unique situations or other operations that are important for model railroading as well. Always remember, for a fixed signal, there are three terms which are the most confusing: aspect, indication, and name. Each of these are different concepts. The aspect is what you see, a red light. The indication is what you do about it. Stop, maybe stop and proceed, maybe something else, depending on other information within your rule book. The name could be something as simple as stop. It could also be the rule number that that railroad uses to describe that aspect and indication. And so referring to a signal by name is one thing, but understanding the aspect and the indication allow you to really decipher almost all the confusion that you'll find in reading signal documentation that's available. Another take-home message from the previous talk was to know your prototype, or use some general governing rulebook to construct a workable system for your own layout. Simple fixed signals that you can implement very quickly and easily are a train order signal. That's as simple as an on-off light, or as complex as an animated rotating target, or even using moving semaphore blades. A single mast with a signal head on it, using either manual or automatic color change settings. These are available off the shelf. Many of the manufacturers create these so that you can get involved very easily within doing fixed signaling on your layout. We also discussed basic one-directional ABS, or automatic block systems, consisting of red, green, and yellow aspects. And these are over a series of connected blocks. For review, look at the first section of this series, entitled More Than Just a Pretty Light, that was presented at the NERX last month. Many signals or masts have a modification of indication by a placard, which is applied to it. And that leads us into the first topic for tonight's presentation, that a sign can also be considered as a fixed signal. Simple signs are really signals as scenery, or signals in the scenery, and sometimes actually in the weeds if you actually find them in reality. A whistle post, something with a W on it near perhaps a grade crossing or some other location where the engineer is expected to blow the whistle, is a very common sign. Mileposts, such as we see in the middle off to the right of the screen, a typical Pennsylvania Railroad signal indicating 31 miles to one location, eastbound perhaps, and 107 miles westbound from this point, are very common and very easy to use. For example, Tichy manufactures this exact type of post, which you can put your own numbers upon to use on your railroad. Speed limit signs. In the top corner, we have one marked 30 for all trains going across this intersection. Below that is a split speed limit sign, 60 miles an hour appropriate for passenger trains, 40 miles an hour the maximum for a freight train. These type of speed limit signs take on many shapes and many forms, but again, very easy to find and very easy to create. The yard limit sign allows you to modify how your signal book and how your rules actually work, because within yard limits, things are a little different. Your rule book will tell you exactly why. But then again, a yard limit sign is a signal to its own. On the far right, a sign could be a block or a territory limit indicator. This photograph, and all these photos are courtesy of railroadsignals.us, shows a very complex situation that's occurring at control point East Diamond. TCS begins, which is a traffic control system, otherwise known as centralized traffic control. It ends track warrant control, or TWC, which is very similar to train order at that point. And it ends a block of direct train control, noted as Tommy. All of these types of controls and yard limit signs or territory limit signs are very quick and very easy to create, and also very useful, especially if you're modeling a specific prototype. Other things such as device indicators, derails, spring switches, etc., are also fixed signals, but they're signs. They're parts of your scenery. All of them usually able to find commercially, but very, very straightforward to scratch build from a couple of photos. A reminder again, the rule book is indeed your friend, usually. Over time, however, the rules of railroad operation have gone through many, many revisions. They clarify, for example, a confusing or conflicting role or an explanation of a railroad-specific case. Rule books have undergone a number of simplifications over the years based on common situations found for all carriers. In fact, the lower numbered rules are almost boilerplate between different carriers, even from the earliest days of railroading, such as what is a standard clock. Rule books are updated due to changing technologies. For example, during the steam to diesel transition era, there were certain types of signals, certain types of situations, or certain requirements that were no longer required when moving to a new locomotive technology. The application of new safety appliances or changes to procedures. For example, trainmen not necessarily riding on the back of the car in order to specify switching rather than being on the ground. This is an update to a rule. New signal types, going from a ball signal to a semaphore, from a semaphore to a tri-light, from a tri-light to maybe a searchlight or a new safe trans type signal, all give you different changes in the technologies applied to railroading, and all of which are codified in a set of rules. Train control, either positive train control or direct train control, is also another thing which has modified rule books over the years. But perhaps one of the largest changes in railroading over time has been the implementation of using radio communication. Many of the classic things that we experience with signaling, especially in the audio realm, have changed, all because a radio is now available and you don't have to rely on a whistle or an annunciator or some other device that's a part of the train, but just a part of your hand and communicating in free text, free speech. Because of this simplification, a lot of things have changed in that the most railroads operate according to one or two of the consolidated sets of operating rules, such as the G-Corps, or General Code of Operating Rules, which is utilized by a lot of Western railroads. NMRAC, which stands for the Northeast Operating Rules Advisory Committee, is used primarily in the Northeast. And these essentially codify the basic rules into one place. Now, railroads do have rider books, which essentially add specifics, and indeed, the employee timetable is one of the greatest places to find the variations that can occur. But these consolidated operating rules have really simplified how you can look at railroad rules and apply them to your model railroad. In fact, in some recent years, the NMRAC and the G-Corps have undergone even linguistic changes to sound less like legalese and more like common speech. And so it's easier now to find one of these, perhaps at a flea market or train show, and to utilize it and understand it a little better than you could, let's say, 15 years ago. In this presentation, all of the references I use for the NMRAC are based on the 6th edition from 1997. It's one I had laying around. I've got a couple of other ones, but again, your mileage may vary. There is one caution or caveat I will mention. The earlier rule books that were railroad specific may have additional sections, or the numbers that are used may be slightly different. For example, around 1950, Rule 14 was the one that covered all whistle signals. However, in NMRAC, that's now known as Rule 19. Similar rule areas are dropped or added, again, as time and fashion changes. Just don't get confused. Stay consistent with what you're going to use, and everything will make sense. So tonight we're going to talk about signals that anybody can implement right now on your layout. Because the most basic signals of every rulebook are not the fixed signals at all. These are all down in the lower numbers, the original types of rules that governed railroads from time immemorial. And they're mostly around protection and identification. Markers or flags attached to cars and sidings give protection to those sidings or things upon them. These are very simple scenery additions. You can change them around as needed. They don't stay in one place for very long because they look at temporary situations. A familiar one that you might be aware of is a protection device such as a blue flag or a blue light, or perhaps even a fusee. Incorporating these on a railroad can be either simple as putting a flag or even a map pin at the location of the flag. Or you can go all the way and add some simple electrical circuits. Recent edition articles in Model Railroader and Railroad Model Craftsman have talked a little bit about these, but you can add the appropriate LEDs with a circuit to show the lighting that these would normally have in reality. Train lights, or the markers, are really scenery in motion. Markers on caboose, flashing rear end devices, passenger car markers, locomotive class lights or flag provision, proper headlight operation. All of these are signals. And all of these are pretty much on most of your locomotives and cars already. But perhaps the most underutilized or improperly utilized, I think, signal that anybody with a sound-equipped locomotive can do is using the bell and the whistle correctly. We'll talk a little bit about that as well. And while these don't help much toward NMRA Achievement Award points, they do significantly add to both the scenic and operational enhancement of your railroad and your daily operation. So let's look in detail at each of these areas. Blue flags and similar are actually temporary signals. They're not there forever. And in NMRAC, these are found under Rule 16 and 17. And these are a safety device. They cover protection of workers in an area. These flags or lights are placed on the track, as we see here, or on a car, both ends, on a locomotive, on some other area which requires attention. It indicates that workers are on, under, or near the equipment or the switch or piece of track, and that any equipment must not be moved or coupled to. That's important, because if you tried to override that cautionary flag, someone could get hurt, and people have. In fact, a flag or a light cannot be removed by anybody other than the person who placed it or someone of the same craft or work group that placed it originally. This is actually an interesting wrinkle, because let's say you have a car that has gone bad order. Maybe something is wrong with the wheel. You need a car inspector to place a blue flag on it and work on that car. Maybe there was an electrical situation as well. That's the electrical union. They would place a blue flag on there as well. The car inspector can't remove the electrical blue flag. The electrician cannot remove the car inspector blue flag. And a locomotive engineer or a brakeman better not touch either. Multiple blue flags attached there give a really interesting scenario for operations. To couple that up a little bit more, let's say you have a work train in the area with camp cars. You can add a white sign and a white light to the occupied camp cars, and also blue flag that area by the workers on the camp car. You see how these things can overlay very easily. Again, it's very simple to create these, basic on-off electrical circuit with a proper colored LED, and using these can really affect your operation. Let's say, for example, you put a bad order car on a siding that you'll need to switch. You can't switch that siding until that blue flag is removed. If the blue flag lasts until the next operating session, and let's say the person who laid it on there is now being a locomotive engineer for another train, he can't go back and remove that. He is a new craft. Someone on that job will have to remove it for him. Interesting wrinkle on how to operate. Another temporary type of signal is localized restrictions, temporary speed limits, temporary stops, covered in NMRAx rules 296 and 297. These are used in work areas and they appear slightly different to a normal fixed limit sign. And they're normally seen on long-term construction projects or perhaps an accident cleanup or something where maybe a new track is being laid and workers are in the area. Again, covered by rulebook. And we see here for the New Jersey Transit rulebook, how these things are laid out and also the kinds of distances that we would work between them. Speed limit signs or stop signs are pretty obvious. The R's are restricted areas or resume speed. Again, something to take a look at. Stops, the R in an open square and the R in a closed square is resume. The last one is resume. The other one is end of restricted area. Again, all of your railroads may have different types of signs for this. Read your rule book. When you have a train that ends up stopping in some unexpected fashion, it has to be able to protect itself from other trains. There could be a mechanical issue, there could be some other issue which requires a train to stop when it shouldn't be. And this protection is done by crew members doing what is known as flag protection. Currently, NMRAx Rule 130. You can read on the other side exactly what the general requirements are for flag protection. But the interesting point is the engineer or even the conductor can signal the crew to perform this task. In the past, how far out you went was pretty much dependent on some measured distance, maybe between 6 or 7 telegraph poles or whatever, because speeds and that did not vary greatly. Now, to protect crews, especially in trains, especially when fast trains and slow trains can occupy the same block, for example, these distances are now proportional to the speed on the maximum speed on the track. Notice that if you're in a high area, high speed area, that person flagging has to walk about 2 miles down the road in order to make sure the train is safe. When the issue is resolved, the crew gets called back to the train by whistle signals. You don't want to be a rear brakeman on a 90+ mile an hour grader system when something goes wrong. You got a lot of walking to do. The protection doesn't only include displaying or waving a red flag standing there near the tracks, but also by placing things known as fusees and torpedoes on the rails. A fusee is quite a bit like a traffic flare. They burn very, very hot for a set amount of time. I've heard anything from 10 minutes to 30 minutes, and again, depends on the railroad and depends on the situation to be used. This could be simulated by putting a red LED between the tracks. Again, Railroad Model Craftsman and Model Railroad have had articles recently illustrating some ways of working with LEDs to show a fusee. A torpedo is actually a small explosive charge which is placed on the track towards the engineer's side to alert a following train when it is run over because it will explode and make a loud bang. Don't try this at home, not a good idea, but just for completeness, these torpedoes also change how you may actually do an operational run. The rule normally states that when you're coming up on a lit fusee or a torpedo gets set off, the rule book sets the actions required. Normally it's a stop for a lit fusee until it goes out, and then a concomitant reduction of speed for a certain duration, as well as other requirements which may be needed to maintain safe operation over that region and not collide with a train or something else in front of you. Simulating flag protection and the concomitant delays that were created really adds an interesting wrinkle to your operations. I've always wondered if a model fusee, or sorry, a model torpedo were available, because these are left on the tracks. You don't pick them up and take them home. Goes off and the train has to slow down appropriately for a set period of time. How much we could change people who are running around a layout way too fast. Speaking of moving around a layout, signals can move as well. The lights and the markers on trains are a very important signal, especially when operating under TT&O, which is timetable and train order rules. Because as you pass a tower or a control point or a station, it's important for the staff at those locations to know what the class of the train is that's passing a point, so they know which train they're looking at. Because the thing to remember is that a scheduled train has not completely passed a point until all parts of it pass that point. Now, why would a train not be in one piece? Well, sometimes there are additional parts put on due to extra tonnage or extra ridership. Perhaps a locomotive has suffered a breakdown and it needs to have a rescue locomotive pulling it. And so part of the train moves ahead of it, known as a second section or a third section. You see this a lot in passenger operations where perhaps the mail and baggage section would travel separately from the passengers themselves. Mail and REA Express trains also had multiple sections as well, especially during the 50s and 60s. But the locomotives hauling these sections were required to display a classification flag and a light to communicate who and what they were. A white light, such as the one shown on the left here, indicated that it was an extra train added to the schedule. This would be in your timetable and train orders or on a warrant, which would have been set up after the TT&O was set. But you would at least know what that train was. The green class light, shown in the middle, indicated that the scheduled train had been broken up into multiple sections. All sections of that specific train were lit with green class lights except for the last one. That's how you knew that train had completely gone through the system. If it was a single section train, you would not have a lit class light. Red is technically not a class light. Sometimes it's grouped in with this area, but is used primarily as a rear marker. And it's still used by Amtrak, Jersey Transit, a lot of commuter roads, where if a locomotive is traveling in reverse, it has red lights shining on the back of it, especially of push-pull operations on commute, so that you know the train is heading away from you. Interestingly, some model manufacturers have included some notion of a class light for appropriate eras, but be careful to use the correct indications. I have one individual in my club who tends to light everything up. Well, unfortunately, his class lights are only always green, which means there should be a second section, but he's only overrunning one train. Makes life interesting. Lights and markers aren't always on the front of the train, they're also on the back of the train as well. Headlight operations, classically known as Rule 17, is era-specific. Do not be lulled into a false sense of security that you need to dim a headlight during the day on a siding if you're operating in the 40s. In the day, you probably weren't running a headlight. So look at your rule book. It is your friend. Rule 17 has different aspects and different operational considerations that we have to think about. Backup lights and the markers on, especially on passenger cars, are also era specifics. Passenger car markers themselves are probably one of the more complex situations to deal with, again, because we're dealing with a railroad not hauling goods, but hauling passengers who are unaware of what the railroad does. These have to be protected more than a box of Cheerios. Those markers vary due to the number of tracks on either side of the cars, the direction of travel you're taking, if you're sitting on a siding, running on the main, etc. And many of the books, such as Josserand's Rights of Trains or early rule books, will show all of the possibilities. 2, 3 tracks to your right, 1 track to your right. Are you on the main? Are you operating in reverse? These markers, normally like Adlake lights on a lot of things, when you move them, actually was considered a blue light event. And so it didn't take a long time. You didn't have to post a blue flag if you were physically doing it, but it is a blue flag operation. And all the concomitant rules for blue flags do take effect when someone is adjusting the markers. Modern era rear markers are just red lights for the most part. If you're modeling the modern era, you get it easy. The interesting part, though, and as I said, the thing that I think is most underutilized or improperly utilized is using sound. Sound as a signal has been around ever since the train whistle occurred. And there are at least 3 different areas of signaling with sounds that can be done. And these, again, vary based on the era, the prototype, and in some cases, what sort of devices you have. Some locomotives, especially out west in the 50s, carried both a whistle and a horn. The utilization of either of these, again, specified by rulebook. Whistle and horn signaling is now in modern era NMRAx Rule 19, and the bell also has a set of rules, and these are in Rule 20. Rule 21 is another area of signaling called communications appliances. These are used for train crews to communicate with each other. Again, remember that before radios, how did someone on the back of the train talk to somebody on the front of the train if they noticed something? There was an app for that. It was called a communications appliance. Also, dispatchers or tower or yard operators had a horn on their tower to control, and they still do, what happens within their area of control, normally an interlocking plant. Interlocking plants will be discussed in the third part of this signal series, still to be announced. But modern Rule 18 is actually quite simple, but can really throw a monkey wrench into your operations. Again, rule books are your friend. When talking about locomotive whistle signals, especially being era specific, earlier rule books have multiple pages, which cover a number of situations, which includes maybe asking permission to take a siding from a control tower operator, acknowledging the signal shown by a flagman, noting that a train has arrived or is approaching a meeting point with another train, even if the other train isn't there. Notification to any yard engines, operators, towers, road engines, etc., within an area that this train is part of a multiple section train, and notifying that the lights in that on this train apply to the following sections is a signal. When flagmen were set across multiple tracks, the original set of place the flagmen here, north, south, east, west, across 2 tracks, across 3 tracks, across 4 tracks, all had individual whistle signals to tell the man where to go and to bring them back appropriately. These were rather complex in the early days. It's simplified themselves dramatically since then. Whistle signals also change depending on the type of motive power or the situation they find themselves in. For example, electrified units have a set of whistle signals that control the raising or lowering of pantographs or other electrical situations that they need to be able to do. Light rail, subway, commuter trains, again, all have their specific set of whistle signals. In fact, I was reading today that there's even some signals to request police responses when a train is pulling into a station. Interesting that we've come to that point, but the fact that it's there is very similar to some of the codes back in the old days with circuses. And if the band would play a certain tune, it meant that the tent was on fire. But the public was not to be alarmed. They were just meant to be let out quietly without panic ensuing. These sort of police response ones are also similar to that type of behavior, so as not to cause panic. Whistle signals are also road name specific in many cases. An amusing one is New York Central, Roll 14 BB from 1956. 2 short, 1 long, 1 short, was supposed to be blown past 2 different control points or towers or locations where additional staff or dispatchers were, to say, we need a relief engine, something is breaking down. Kind of an amusing situation. I know other railroads would probably have used that even more, but the fact that this actually appears as a specified rule is something that is an anachronism, but yet something that makes your railroad and your modeling much better by looking at how your road differs from everybody else. Here we see a couple of different tables. On the left, this is the current modern NMRAx Rule 19 and what the whistle signals that are required that you should know. there is some confusion to some extent in that the modern rule uses one long toot to tell the crew to apply the brakes or to stop. Now that's a different thing than the engineer applying brakes, but telling the crew to apply brakes. In many cases, especially on older things, a single short blast of the horn indicated stop or brake application. This is a modification over time. Again, be consistent for your era. Multiple repeated short blasts are an alarm indicating something is on the track. Usually it's something alive for at least a couple of seconds, trying to get it off the track, usually for people or livestock in some places. But it's a general alarm that essentially prepare for impact. A long blast followed by a short means it's approaching a station or a junction or something else where the vision is obstructed and that target cannot be seen. Unique little signal. Of course, 3 short when you're stopped means to back up. 4 short means you're calling for signals in that something is incorrect or something is missing or something is wrong and you're calling ahead to say, what is the signal supposed to be? 2 short blasts are an acknowledgement for any signal that's not otherwise got a specific response. And fortunately, in the modern era, 4 long blasts recall the protecting crew. Doesn't matter where they are, come on back. Now, the transition era had a lot more interesting sounds that were used. And I find these to be useful augmentations, especially if you're designing your own signaling system or signaling pattern. 2 longs equal release brakes or proceed, similar to before. Flagman protecting the rear of the train or the front of the train. The long blast is on the rear or the front of the train that you see. The long blast followed by 2 short indicates that there's a following section and that this train is only part of a much longer one. 2 longs and a short indicate the train is approaching a meeting point. Now the next one is somewhat interesting. The short followed by a long tells the crew to inspect the train line. There's probably a leak or a sticking brake or something like that. And this is noted by an engineer when the pressure on the brake pipe starts to do things that he's not expecting. Another one that I found interesting was a short followed by 2 longs to acknowledge a train order signal that you didn't have to stop for. And going by, but yeah, I see it, we're good. And of course, the long single blast approaching a station, a junction, or something to that effect. Again, mostly used with passenger trains in the day, but always a nice augmentation to the locomotive whistle signal panoply. Communication signals are really essentially for train crews. They're intra-train communications. It's extremely important and is currently under NMRAx Rule 21. Earlier rule books require some communicating signal appliances for this purpose. Locomotives in the steam era had a small whistle located directly behind the engineer, very high, very shrill, easily heard. Modern locomotives that are nice and quiet have buzzers or similar what are called enunciators in the cab to just communicate back and forth. On a caboose, you have a separate whistle, which can operate as a normal whistle in backing moves, but that was also used for communication signals. And all passenger cars had some internal device, usually in the vestibule, so you didn't bother a passenger, to communicate information throughout the train. These communication signals were also used between locomotive crews when you were consisting and in helper pusher service to send info or to transfer tasks back and forth between locomotives. And some of the early books are really fascinating when you start looking into this information. The minimum communication signals as per NMRAx 19 on the left-hand side. 2 longs, if you're running, stop. If you're standing, apply or release your brakes. 2 to go is the 2 short and usually used by conductors everywhere. Backing up, if you're standing, 3 short. If you're running, it tells the engineer you're going to stop the next station. Very useful if you're dealing with flag stations or some non-scheduled stops which are required. 4 short is interesting in that it takes over a lot of intercommunications which used to require both hand signals and whistle signals to indicate that a brake test was complete. And when you're running, a single toot on the annunciator says, hey, we're going to stop, so get ready. On the right-hand side, some of the more classic ones, I'll let you look at those at your leisure. The interesting ones and ones that were used back and forth between locomotives many times in helper service, was the reduce and increase speed signals, usually run by the engineer in the lead locomotive, unless this data was transferred, followed by a normal 2, indicating that it was acknowledged. One long blast indicated your brakes were sticking. Someone has to look at that. Towers themselves also had signals and horn blasts. These were normally almost the boat horns for the most part, or single black horns rather than whistles in many cases, because they were more easily heard over larger distances. They're straightforward to implement. All you gotta do is find an Alco that you're not running and stick it somewhere and utilize that as your horn operation. But the little devil here is the first one. If you're in an interlocking plant, again, interlockings will be covered in our next session, one long blast tells every train you've got to stop now. That's a lot of trains going into emergency in very large places. 2 shorts allowed you to do normal operation, testing and calling people back and forth, typical kind of things. But you can see how one long blast can really disrupt an operation. Another thing you can use are hand signals. More signals are possible than the 8 you see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 you see here. But these have been standardized really since the early days of railroading. Other communication whistles and combined with hand signals have been used in the past and on some tourist railroads now, such as for cutting in air, doing a brake test or completing a brake test, noticing a hot box or some dragging equipment, doing switching moves, telling it to go forward, backwards, going slow, and doing estimations for the locomotive engineer in car lengths. Again, these are based on era and locale. The rule book is your friend. I'd like to close really with a couple of what I would classify as cruel applications of non-fixed signals for operating sessions. Try using hand gestures to communicate between the engineer and the brakeman. Don't talk. An engineer can't hear if you're 15 car lengths away. Can't hear you at all if it's a steam locomotive or an Alco. But have the brakeman actually physically block the line of sight from the engineer to the train when you're doing a switching move. Stand in before him, put a card up, so the engineer can't see how far he has to go. Let the brakeman tell the engineer how far he has to go. Communicate this with hand signals. Just try not to break the couplers, at least not too much. Another thing to do is use communication signals between the locomotive and the crew. Again, don't talk, do all this in pre-radio days. Provide your crew with what I would say non-deafening whistles, little tiny chirpy things, not necessarily boat horns, to acknowledge and communicate issues across the train. Run a scenario where you'd have to drop a flagman and recall it. Put a fusee out there and implement a timer to affect a following train. Slows them down, makes them look at their rule book, makes them work more prototypically. And replace those speak and spell defect, random chatter and logos with humans going back and forth, talking about issues for real, using audible communication signaling. No radios, no talking, just use what's there. It makes you think. It makes you get into the fact that you're running a model railroad. You're not just running a train on the track and chatting about, yesterday's baseball game. And at the very least, use the bell and whistle and the horn correctly. I've seen too many people or heard too many people just lay on the horn all the way around the track. Also, here's a few sadistic applications for operating sessions. As I mentioned, the communication signals are pretty elaborate in the pre-radio days. Try just running a non-programmed consist of locomotives, 20 to 40s time frame. Use multiple operators and don't talk. Use the whistles to communicate and acknowledge the speed changes, add-ons, cutouts, requesting a brake application transfer, finding an emergency. Once you get that down, double a hill. Oh, don't forget, you got to put the correct markers on the back of your locomotive as you're going back down. And then try doing snapper services, helpers, pushers, ones that cut out on the fly. All of these have different communications, different ways of operating, and different marker lights that you have to try and use. And if you really, really, really need a way to slow down a problem operator, or perhaps want to make the whole layout go dead for a while, just have an emergency in an interlocking with one long blast. Anything there has to stop. Plus, anything there then has to go through all of their emergency things to come out of emergency. Takes a while. So in summary, why do we implement these? Using non-fixed signals can immediately add levels of unpredictability and concomitantly operational interest to your session. Not to mention it's more prototypical. And the use of a non-fixed signal on a model railroad, while it's greatly diminished in the modern era, especially as humans encroach upon the natural territory of railroads and wanting quiet zones in many cases, it's really, really much more than, as I would say, a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more. It's a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Macbeth's soliloquy in Shakespeare, Act 5, Scene 5. But remember that this is not work of an idiot. It may be full of sound, it may be full of fury, but it signifies quite a lot because this is what can differentiate your operations from ordinary operations. Finally, some general references, and I thank you very much for your attention and I'm open to any questions you may have. Thank you again.
All right, we're back, Scott. Super.
Thanks, sir.
What turned you into a signaling geek?
Oh, wow. It's always something that, it's sort of fascinating because you see these things and you don't know what they do. And you realize they're kind of like traffic lights, at least the fixed signals are, and it must mean something. And then the more you delve into it, it's like, oh, I can learn a lot more about what's going on around me. And then, when pretty much every locomotive has sound in it now, and you can say, oh, now I can learn more and do more like the real railroads, because it's right there and available at this point.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun.
Yeah, no, there's so much there, and I didn't know anything about it. I'm just happy when I'm out rail fanning to kind of be able to look at a pair of, a set of signals and sort of get a 50-50 shot of whether or not the train is coming or not. I'm pretty proud of myself when I can kind of figure that out.
Well, that's actually good because sometimes you can sit there for hours and like, whoops.
Yeah, right. Yeah, absolutely. I'll ask you a question sort of because this clinic is really more about all the sorts of temporary signals and things that are moving around. Assuming that somebody wanted to get into, okay, I want to start adding some of that to my layout or operations. Where do you start?
Well, as I said in the presentation, the rule book is your friend. The easiest thing to do, especially if you're modeling modern era, is to find yourself a copy of the G Core if you're out west or the NORAC rules if you're out east, and look at what's called Rule 19. That is all the whistle signals and the bell signals that are in common use now. So it's really pretty straightforward, and you just print it on a little card or something and carry it with you when you're working at a club or when you're somewhere else, and start working with that, because now you start realizing that you're communicating not only with the cars you don't want to hit that are trying to cross in front of you, but also other parts of the railroad itself. And so you start getting that feeling for integrating how reality comes into our modeling.
Yeah.
And it's a nice way of doing it because, like I say, if you've already bought the sound equipped loco, use it the way it's supposed to be used. It's actually kind of fun that way.
Yeah, and it strikes me that you're sort of showing us all of this. It fits in with this general theme of slowing down operations, adding more of the bits and pieces,
making them interesting,
right? And that also then cascades into, well, if you're going to start going slower and doing more of these things, modeling more of these things, then you don't need as much layout anymore either, right?
That's true. That's true. I mean, switching layout becomes a lot more intriguing sometimes when you're working with a brakeman and actually not viewing the layout. Because if you put a brakeman in between you and the train and have him give you hand signals to tell you how far you have to go, and you're not looking at it, which is exactly what you get in the real world, then all of a sudden it becomes, I wouldn't say a job, but it becomes much more intriguing to work with. Yeah.
I'm always appreciative and kind of fascinated whenever I get a chance to crew with somebody who's actually a railroader.
Yeah.
Because they're constantly just showing you, well, you would have never done that. You would have never stopped there. You can't You're not at the door properly. Why are you across the grade?
Hmm.
You're gonna make me walk all the way back to there. All those things like that, really
Yep.
give you that kind
Yeah,
of.
and that's actually the kind of fun because I think as I've worked with a lot of railroaders, those who still are railroaders and those who have been railroaders most of their lives, you start learning this, and it sort of becomes natural. I mean, when I was working with the 12 inches to the foot groups, um, you know, there were people there who had essentially built some of these locomotives originally.
Wow.
And when you start working with them and learning how they see it and how how the operations work, and then you get out on a class one line, you say, oh, it all makes sense now. And even though, it wasn't a profession, it was something where you started to bring in all these ideas. And I think it really just makes you a better modeler in the
Yeah.
long run because you're starting to consider these things.
Yeah.
The little things that make life real, you know.
Yeah. No, it's cool. Am I going to be able to get these blue flags in scale?
Oh, should be able to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a great thing. Post-it notes are great.
I've
Post-it
seen
note,
them
not too thick.
yeah, I've seen them on some of the HO layouts, but I don't think I've any of my
Yeah.
instrument friends are doing that I'm aware of. Where do I get these rule books?
Place I normally find them is at a train show, or a meet or something where someone is trying, cleaning out their collection of stuff, or it's at a large train show. You look underneath the table and the boxes of all the ephemera and paperwork, and you go, oh, wait a minute, and you can start finding these things at a really good price most of the time, because employee timetables, I will say, employee timetables are a little harder to come by. It's usually good to find an employee and borrow one for a while.
Mm,
But when you can find an employee timetable and a rule book of the same railroad in the same time period over the area you want to model, you are golden
yeah.
because the employee timetable will give you all of the things that happen. Let's say the unique situations that you have to be aware of. That's in there. The rule book itself gives you what happens over the whole road. And so
Mhm.
being able to marry those two together gives you the ability really to do it almost exactly the way it would have been done 30, 40, 70 years ago, 100 years ago, in fact, if you can find those.
Yeah.
But yeah, I find them usually at sometimes at flea markets, but a lot of times at meets or train shows.
Yeah.
Someone will have them.
Just have to be willing to dig down in those bins and spend
Yep,
some time looking for treasure, huh?
pretty
Uh,
much. Yeah.
Now I've seen some in timetables, but are the rule books for individual railroads really are they a lot different from one another, or are they kind of stand? I'm thinking like if I was comparing the Pennsy to the Lehigh Valley, say.
They would be different,
Yeah.
especially when it comes up to the fixed signal areas. Now, the early parts of the rule books, as I sort of mentioned in the talk, any of the lower number rules are almost standardized, and that's why you have the consolidated books now, the G Core and the NORAC, because those are things that every railroad did. Every railroad essentially rule number one is here's the standard time clock. You know, these things don't change. When
Mhm.
you start diverging into the later bits of the rule book where they're starting to talk about how they signal certain things, for example, Pennsy is completely different from Lehigh Valley. Even certain sections of the Pennsy are different from the Pennsy. But it comes in more to what that railroad found important to distinguish themselves and what it needed to communicate to its operating staff. So that if you've got a railroad that has 57 aspects for a signal, another one that has three, that other railroad had a reason for it, or at least somebody thought there was a reason for
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it kind of gives you the feel for how essentially how management thought was what was important and what was what situations arose there that wouldn't arise on, let's say, a perfectly straight 20-mile branch line. It's a different kind of operation, and so it really gives you an idea for how they looked at operations in general.
Yeah. No, that's it. I want to get one of those.
Oh yeah.
And kind of dig in because you'll get more insight, more history,
Yeah,
more rabbit holes to chase down.
indeed.
Yeah, the other
The
thing that your clinic and then our discussion kind of has inspired me to do, and I sort of mentioned it briefly, is that when I'm operating, I can never remember very many of the horns,
Yeah,
and I sort of know that I'm supposed to do something when I start and when I cross a bridge,
yeah.
but
Little 3x5 index card.
That's what I need. I need that. You know, when you're really just starting in operations and it's a little bit scary and intimidating, when the layout owner tells you, "Hey, you forgot to turn your headlight on," you feel like you've done something wrong. But after you've done it for a while, then you start going, "Well, of course I need to have my headlight on, right?" You know, it's like
Unless it's daytime in the 30s and you didn't need it.
you know, I just think as you get more comfortable and
Yeah.
you start thinking about, well, what am I really trying to emulate here?
Yeah.
Having these details really helps.
Yeah.
So
I mean, we get hugely detailed locomotives. We weather everything. You know, we build really nice looking scenery, and then we operate in a way that sometimes is a toy train running around the track. And so when you start thinking about operations, these aspects of signaling, no pun intended, really start slowing you down and giving you the ability to start thinking, why am I doing it this way?
yeah,
And what do I have to do? And make sure you clear the grade, make sure that your flagman's on the proper side of the switch. It all becomes kind of normal, and it's more fascinating, I think.
fantastic. Well, as with last time, really, really interesting, eye-opening. Thanks so much for sharing that with us.
Hey,
We'll
thanks a lot, John.
We'll look forward to part 3 and
And beyond.
we'll look forward to the next installment here down the road.
Okay, fantastic.
Thanks so much, Scott.
Have a great night. Thanks, everybody, and look forward to seeing you all again soon.
Okay. Bye
Take
now.
care. Bye-bye.
Okay, so we're back at Studio 2 on the sunny Gold Coast in Queensland, and we've got a change of host for the next two clinics. We've got from the potato fields of Cincinnati, we've got Jordan Spud Kramer, who's now going to be introducing another Australian who actually lives about 3 hours drive away from the NMRAx studios here in sunny Queensland. So, without going any further, we'll just hang on. We've got some more breaking news. Like I said before, we've got the digital magazine out now, and it's available on the website. We've got an app for it. We've got the app for Android and an app for the Apple device, so you can read the digital magazine in any format now. And the other thing we've got some breaking news on is the convention. So this year we're back to a face-to-face convention in St. Louis. All the regular tours and frivolity will be prevailing. So if you haven't registered yet, get onto their website. It's on the screen there, and register. Anyhow, Jordan, I think I'll hand this over to you, and you can introduce Adam. So Jordan, carry on.
All right, and tonight we have Adam Whiskey from Whiskey Models in the land down under where emus went to war and actually won. Based out of Jandowae, Queensland, where I've been told it takes 24 hours to order a simple pizza and the internet connection is held together with duct tape, barbed wire, and powered by a team of hamsters. He comes tonight with the history of Queensland Railways. Take it away, Adam.
Cheers, mate. Got about spot on with all of that stuff. So yeah, basically, yep. So thanks to young Marty here, we managed to pre-record most of this because I've been struck down with the death-defyingly deadly man flu of death. So if Brad or Marty wants to hit the play button on that, and I'll be around here at the end for the questions. Okay, g'day all. This is all being pre-recorded due to the fact that I'm suffering from the death-defyingly deadly man flu of death. So all my plans of world domination through the media of creative card design have been put on hold, and we'll give this a go instead. So some of you who know me, and the lucky amongst you don't, essentially I'm an accidental manufacturer of Queensland model trains, and today you're unlucky enough to have chosen, or lost a bet, to listen to me talk about the railways of Queensland and how I became fascinated by our magically individual little network. First of all, let me start by saying that if you're looking for a definitive history and actual information and specifics, you'd be better to listen to people far more learned than myself, such as Arthur Hayes and a myriad of others. In short, this little rant should resemble something akin to Krusty the Clown teaches thermodynamics. So buckle in for the next 40 minutes or so, and let's have a look at how we built the world's largest and most schizophrenic narrow gauge railway. Firstly, let's look at Australia. It's big. I mean, really big. Essentially, Australia is the same size as the continental United States, just we forgot to add the people. To quote my painfully British wife, Bridget, it's not a country. It's stupid. No one should live here. It's either on fire, and all the houses are made of wood, and the fires are only put out by floods. It's not a country. So to say we face some unique problems here is a bit of an understatement. The railways of Australia can just be described as the opening line of so many great old jokes. An Englishman, an Irishman, and a Scotsman walked into a bar, which, while sounding ridiculous, is actually fairly accurate. Prior to the Federation of Australian States in 1901, Australia was effectively a loose group of colonies, each with slightly different laws, customs, and methods of doing things. The joke comes into this about here when we look at the formation of our individual railway systems and the challenges they faced. Victoria and South Australia were built under the Irish principle of using a broad gauge of 5 foot 3 inches. New South Wales was built using a standard British gauge of 4 foot 8.5. Queensland, Tasmanian and West Australian railways were built using the ever thrifty Scottish system of narrow gauge using 3 foot 6 inch spacing. To add a further level of insanity to all of this, the Irish influence in South Australia was thwarted upon the powers that be discovering a map. With discovery of said map, they worked out that this shiny new place called South Australia is actually kind of big and pretty empty. So obviously that expensive broad gauge wasn't going to work. So the Scottish narrow gauge was adopted for the northern parts of the state. But that's a completely separate series of hilarious misadventures. Now, the focus of this convoluted gallop down Insanity Street is Queensland. So in typical Aussie fashion, let's just pretend those other states don't exist. The important thing to understand about Queensland is that it has some unique topographical features. Firstly, the coast. Queensland's coast is around 4,300 miles in length, so slightly on the large side. It's actually 5 times the size of Texas, and our population for the entire state is the same as Dallas-Fort Worth. Secondly, the state is divided by this lumpy thing called the Great Dividing Range. Think like an underfed Rocky Mountains, but longer. This range runs from southern New South Wales all the way up to nearly the top of Queensland. To the east of the range, Queensland has some decent tropical climates, which produces a significant portion of the world's sugarcane and is where the majority of the state's population lives. About 100 miles inland, you hit the range. West of that is massive pastoral land and grain country, eventually giving way to deserts. In these areas, the population is measured in square miles per person, as opposed to the conventional people per square mile. All of this should hopefully give you an idea of the struggles faced by building networks of anything in this country. No matter what you do, the minute you leave a city, there is a whole lot of nothing until you reach the next settlement. Queensland started building their narrow gauge railway in 1865, heading west from the then seat of government in Ipswich, about 20 miles west of the current capital city of Brisbane in the southeast corner. Unlike in the US and UK, the majority of the railways in Australia were built by the governments of the day to open up the country. Let's be honest, the comedy series that became today's Railways in Australia could only be committed to by a government. So, with the cost-saving initiatives that narrow gauge provides, we ploughed ahead laying 2 anorexic shoelaces of steel across this vast patch of dirt. Up until 1923, Queensland Railway's North Coast main line from Brisbane to Cairns, about 1,000 miles apart, was actually 9 different railway networks that were all unconnected. So in between catching your 9 trains, you needed to catch 8 ships if you wanted to get from Brisbane to Cairns by rail. The individual systems came into existence, as most railways have, by being centred around towns, cities and ports. Most of these had access to some of Queensland's insane collection of natural resources. I should point out here that Australia as a continent is old. I mean really old. It's assumed to be the oldest piece of unchanged dirt on the terrestrial crust. We have no major fault lines, and being an island, our nation has remained unmolested by evolution, just kicking up its heels for a few million years. As such, we have massive mineral reserves just beneath the surface. As a result of this, Queensland in particular is one of the world's largest exporters of coal. Not only that, it's really good coal. It has the highest rates of energy production per tonne on Earth. Obviously, in these modern, enlightened and environmentally friendly times, we move our 14,000 tonne coal trains with eco-friendly diesels and electric traction. Jumping forward to World War II, not a lot happened during the Depression. Maisie and Mabel lost their jobs, etc. World War II very nearly broke Australia's railway networks, mostly due to the constant problems with the break of gauge. Queensland Railways in particular was hit hard during the Battle of the Pacific's Coral Sea campaign to stop the Japanese island hopping south. Obviously, with this amount of American GIs in Queensland, this led to the Battle of Brisbane. Look it up for a giggle. Between some drunken Australian diggers and a couple of visiting Yanks. Aside from that, the railways played a vital role that damn near killed themselves in the process. Spoiler alert for those just joining in, we won. From the 1950s onwards, Queensland Railways started pursuing a dieselisation program much the same as elsewhere on the planet. The only issue was that due to our narrow track and light loading gauge, all of our locomotives were a bit unique. Think like building a kit and half the bits were still on the bench when you finished. From the 1960s onwards, Queensland Railways started moving more towards bulk haulage of things other than coal. We were one of the first railways to adopt the wide use of aluminium-bodied hopper wagons, initially for coal, then for grains such as wheat, and eventually even for apples. Queensland Railways was one of the early companies to attempt to standardise containers for shipping less than carload shipments. Obviously, based on our previous record of standardising things, like our track gauge, this became another series of comical endeavours, missed opportunities and half-realised plans. Eventually, the 5, 14, 16, 24 and 34-foot containers faded into the pages of history, never to be mentioned again. A few pages beyond that story about that time your father went out with a few drinks and came back with a dead possum, an empty beer keg and a mannequin's leg. But we've all been there. By the mid-1970s, QR, as it was becoming known, had embraced containerisation and was hurriedly converting wagons left, right and centre for the purpose. This brings us to another little quirk of Queensland Railways, rolling stock. Due to the railways being government-owned, an Act of Parliament was required for all rolling stock contracts to be let out for the tendering process. As you can imagine, this doesn't work well in the real world when a transport company needs to act quickly in order to win or keep the business. In this system that managed to plod along at the speed of 1,000 spastic mud crabs, was that an act of government was not required for modifying wagons. This fell under the purview of the workshops department, and so in the event that specific rolling stock was required, it was modified for something else. This is the official reason, perhaps it's my belief though, that the system was adopted purely to cause future manufacturers of HO scale models to curl up in the fetal position crying about how there's no place like home. The 1980s was a great period of growth for QR. It managed to shed its previous position of not really being in the camp of a small narrow gauge railway and not really being a large Class 1 railway by any traditional standards. The 1980s saw QR adopt a massive program of electrification of the North Coast line between Brisbane and Rockhampton, about 400 miles. The electrification was completed for the then Brisbane suburban network, as well as the central Queensland coalfields, running west from Rockhampton and Mackay and encompassing another 1,000 miles or so of track under wires. This was the period where QR was running coal trains of around 1.5 miles in length, featuring 148 wagons with 6 2,200 horsepower locomotives distributed in the front and middle of the train to reduce drawbar strain. These mid-train slave units were driven with the American Locotrol system, and it's still in use today, albeit with 4,000 and 5,000 horsepower units instead, and the wagon weights up to 121 tonne each. I should point out here that it's nearly impossible to underestimate the sheer volume of coal we export here in Queensland. These trains average out at 14,000 tonnes each, travelling at 50 miles per hour and running in some places 15 minutes apart. This obviously leads to a port. There are several locations classified as individual ports that form clusters. On average, each of these ports sees around 190 vessels per year and handles an average of 15 million tonnes each per year. In all, there are currently 21 of these ports along the Queensland coast at present. So we're hitting around the 300 million tonne mark per year of coal exported in this state alone. Not bad for a small narrow gauge railway built on the cheap, right? Since its inception, QR has been a large hauler of livestock in Queensland. Due to its vast distances required, it's the only sensible option. QR and its modern privately owned successor Horizon still haul cattle by rail very frequently, and we are perhaps the last state in the country and perhaps on the planet to haul bulk livestock by rail. To give a general overview of the cattle haulage journey, the beasts will begin out in far western Queensland, and a team of drovers would walk them up to 500 miles to the nearest railhead. This has now been replaced by haulage with road trains. Depending on their location, these will usually run out to 3 40-foot trailers with 2 levels of cattle, making a truck and trailer combination over 160 feet long. The western properties that produce these cattle start at around 100,000 acres in size. These are called hobby farms, and they keep going up to sizes of around 4 and 5 million acres, where you need a couple of blokes employed just to maintain the fences. The cattle will be loaded in a place like Julia Creek, with a population of 511 as of 2016. There they'll begin their nearly 1,100-mile journey. Just as a matter of interest, if you wanted to drive this journey by road, it's an average of 20 hours, assuming you don't stop. The cattle get loaded into the wagons, and they used to be fitted with a drover's wagon at the front of the train. The smell gets a bit much at the back. Traditionally, the sideboards of these wagons have been made of timber slats. This is because the stock will kick them out from time to time. Using timber just makes them cheap and easy to replace. The cattle trains are mandated to spell the cattle at several points along the journey for the beast's well-being. This was also a time when, if required, any injured or dead beast can be removed, usually by borrowing a local farmer's tractor. Those are the issues faced by any form of haulage with livestock in this country, and it makes for a fascinating modelling and operational side of things. The private era. Aside from Queensland's coal and cattle haulage, which is now carried out by Horizon, formerly Queensland Rail, and now Watco Australia, also hauls an insane amount of coal throughout Queensland, as well as the rest of the country on both standard and narrow gauges. Also in the coal haulage industry, with Queensland, we have Pacific National, BMA, and now the Bowen Rail Company. The container haulage contracts are let between Pacific National, using 3-pack articulated spine wagons, Horizon, and most recently Lynn Fox Logistics Company. Lynn Fox was started back in 1956 by Lindsay Fox as a road haulage company. Today, Lynn Fox employs around 24,000 people and contracts Horizon to operate a hook and pull service along the North Coast line throughout Queensland. They're just one of several companies looking at ways of rail hauling our general goods throughout the state over the next little way. Inland Rail. Inland Rail is a project that, in typical Aussie fashion, has been on the drawing board since 1889. But you know what? Maybe we should do a completely separate clinic on that, or 7. Passenger services. Queensland Rail has run suburban and long-distance passenger trains since the beginning in 1865. Once the connection between the networks was made in 1923, the Sunshine Express commenced services between Brisbane and Cairns, around 1,000 miles. This was replaced in the 1950s by the iconic Sunlander. The Sunlander was joined by a series of trains such as the Westlander, running from Brisbane west to Charleville, around 480 miles, the Inlander, from Townsville west to Mount Isa, around 600 miles, the Midlander, from Rockhampton west to Winton, around 480 miles. There were several others also, but let's keep this to under a day in length, shall we? The Lander services were modified and adjusted many times over the years, even to the point where one of the trains had a disco car added. Briefly, it wasn't staying alive. Yeah, okay, I feel bad about that too. The Westlander is the only original Lander service of trains to remain in traffic today, though it is in a much reduced and embarrassingly small format of just 3 coaches. The long-distance services on the North Coast line have largely been replaced by QR's 2 different types of tilting trains. Obviously, being Australian, these trains must have nicknames. So, unofficially, of course, within Queensland Rail, the tilt trains are known as the tip-overs. But it gets worse still. The electric tilt train that runs between Brisbane and Rockhampton is known as Eileen. And the diesel tilt train that runs between Brisbane and Cairns is known as Dieseline. Both Eileen and Dieseline travel at a top speed of 100 miles per hour, and at the time of construction were the fastest narrow gauge trains on the planet in regular traffic, as well as being the only narrow gauge tilting trains. There is much more to be said about passenger operations of Queensland, past, present, and future, but that could easily fill another clinic. I sincerely hope you've enjoyed my little rant about the anorexic Class 1 railroad that is QR, and have a better understanding of why, for me at least, there is such a major draw to modelling it. So much so that I accidentally became a manufacturer. Go. So we got Craig Mackey and Jordan Kramer have joined us to have a look through a video that I filmed in Brisbane at the old Normandy Yards back in '94 when I was a 16-year-old long-haired lout wagon school to film trains. How we going, guys?
Good, thanks, Adam.
So Craig, you'd remember a lot of this sort of stuff from the 90s and that, wouldn't you?
I do, and it's sort of the era that I model, although 91 is my era.
Well, I'm doing 89 to 94, just because we still ran proper freight trains instead of all that boring unit stuff.
So I got a
but
question for you
Yeah, mate, yeah.
on this. With the there's a cut going past right now, and it looks like the last wagon's a canvas-sized wagon.
Yes,
You
so
guys-
in the clinic, I actually mentioned about QR with their rolling stock, how they converted things. Well, that box wagon you can see, or louver van as called it, that's a QLX box wagon. Now, we modified those by cutting the sides off them to put the curtain sides on them and turn them into a QSC, a taut liner as we call them.
Okay.
So it's the same wagon, instead of having two door openings on either side, you can load it from any point.
Yeah.
Kind of similar to your all-door box wagons that you guys had in the 60s and 70s.
Okay. Because, yeah, there's nothing like that running around on American rails today.
So if you have a look at those containers, you can see with the there's one there with the QR symbol in blue on the side there. That one there, another thing I mentioned was about the non-standardization the non-standardized standardization of containers in Queensland. That's actually a 25-foot container.
Oh, that's actually interesting.
So, and then we also had the original 20-foot refrigerated containers we had here were actually 20-foot plus the refrigeration unit. So they ended up being 24-foot overall. So the wagon that they went on needed to have the distance between your twist locks to hold the container, but then it needed a bit of meat hanging over the edge because it's got a refrigeration unit hanging on it.
Yeah.
So there'll be some container wagons that you see where the very ends of them are black, like a lovely pastel shade of black, and that's because of all the grease and crap that dropped from the refrigeration units.
So what passenger train's going by right now?
That one there is the Queenslander. So the Sunlander was operating, and then QR created another version, like an upmarket version for the tourism trade, called the Queenslander. And so you'll see a multitude of liveries in it. The original Lander cars were like a creamy color with a blue stripe at the top, and then a grey roof. The Queenslander, when it came out, it was a silver livery with twin blue stripes running about 2 foot above the bottom of the coach side.
I caught that up to Townsville one day with work.
Mm.
Instead of flying up, I said, "Oh, can you send me by train? It's cheaper." And they went, "Yeah." And I went, "Yes."
So now, were the electrics used mainly on the freight service, or were they also used on passenger service as well?
So that's a 3900 class electric. So that's actually a tri-bow. So instead of it's got 3 2-axle bogies, or trucks as you'd call them. So your center truck actually slides from side to side. All of our electric locomotives have that configuration. It's based on a Japanese design. Well, it's a combination of a Japanese and Swiss design. But the 3900s were made for general freight. They were rated at 5,000 horsepower.
Okay.
And we had 30 of these units, and they would run from the North Coastline from Rockhampton to Brisbane, and vice versa. They would use them also on cattle traffic. This locomotive here that's running back, that's a 1460 class. So they were nicknamed the Holdens, which is Holden's like the most common brand of car that was used in Australia at the time. And yeah, so the drivers loved them, the crews loved them. They were just simple. That's our 1720s. They're a 60-ton / branch line locomotive.
Okay.
So there he's pushing a runner wagon, which that's actually another conversion. That's converted from a HJS open wagon into what they call an LSR runner wagon. So basically, so that the shunter doesn't hang off the steps of the locomotive and all of that. when we were starting down all this occupational health and safety garbage.
One thing I've noticed is that you guys have the British style buffers, but the knuckle couplers.
Yes. So originally we had draw hooks, the same as they did in England, similar. So hence the buffers. But what happened was, as we converted over to auto couplings, which is the same as what you guys have got in America, we started, the need for buffers just wasn't there. But there was a lot of rolling stock that still had draw hooks for years. So
But it just
what
makes
happened
sense.
is that you needed to keep the buffers on there. So in some instances, a lot of these locomotives would have what they call a transition coupler.
Okay.
So the coupling itself, it was your conventional knuckle coupling, but it had like a hinge underneath it
Yeah.
with a link of chain and a block, and so you'd lift that up and put it inside the knuckle coupling, and it just gave a couple links of chain to hook over the draw hook you need.
So I'm
So there's a cattle
assuming
train coming.
that's what I was going to ask. Was that a cattle train coming in?
Yeah.
All right.
It'd be good if
So-
someone made models of those wagons.
You know, I think
Yeah,
it would be.
wouldn't it? Yeah, or would hurry up and finish the rerun of them. So, but the thing is that, so those cattle wagons, they'd come from basically anywhere west.
Okay.
And when you'd see them, there used to be a train that would come into Normanby at about 2 o'clock in the morning. It would be an odd mixture in that it would have a 1460 or a 1502 class diesel, which this is a 1502 that you can see now. So it would have one or two of those plus an electric locomotive on the front. It was a big train. So basically they'd bring it down and it would be double or triple headed. At about 2 in the morning, she'd come in, they'd cut the electric locomotive off, they'd split the train in half, and the smaller portion would go south towards a place called Beenleigh, which at the time was the southern extension of the suburban network in Brisbane. There was a meat works there that's still operational, and the other side would be hauled by an electric locomotive out to Dinmore on the Ipswich line, just west of Brisbane. And so that was the only meat works that had overhead wiring on the siding in southeast Queensland. So, and these wagons that you can see with the containers on them, they're predominantly they're QFCs. So they were actually built as a large general purpose flat wagon.
Okay.
They're about 52 feet long, if memory serves. And basically they were retrofitted to carry containers. So if you see them with 20-foot containers, you'll see there's a big gap in the middle. And if they have a 40-foot container, it's not centered, it's off to one end. So the wagon to the left, you can see there's an orangey colored one with a round top. That's another conversion that QR did. It's actually about a container wagon, but they put there's a 50-foot container wagon. They put two 25-foot containers on there that are a wagon top container with curtain sides, so you can just see it in the bottom left of the screen there.
Yeah.
So that started as a BR container wagon and became a BRMA when it had those containers fitted to it. Just to keep it simple, you know?
Yeah. So the orange, and I guess that's a dark red livery. Was that
Yep.
the newer? Was that the newer livery at the time? Because it looks like it's
Yes.
a fresher paint. Okay.
Yeah, that's the official name was the corporate livery, but everyone called it the Broncos livery after the main football team in Queensland.
Okay.
So this one here, this is 1731. That was actually one of the very first locomotives to be repainted into the corporate livery. But if you notice, see the panel in between, there's a window on the door and then the windscreen. There's just a gap. It's just yellow.
Yeah.
It's supposed to have the running number there. This was obviously like literally a brand new repaint that they haven't actually finished.
Yeah.
So yeah, they went in, they'd schedule these things and then needed them. So you ended up with some locomotives that were partially times going out into traffic briefly.
So now that'd be interesting to model.
Yeah, there's one that I did a model of years ago, 2123, was that locomotive used to come out this way a fair bit. It had the doors for the engine bay were actually put back on in the wrong order. So the QR logo was actually all over the place. And yeah, but it lasted like that for about 3 years.
Oh, you'll see that sometimes here. Brand new locomotives out of Altoona, brand repainted, all that will come out, and yeah, doors are wrong. So instead of Norfolk Southern, it's Southern Norfolk, or it's a mixture.
It's funny. I've heard stories strictly off the record from guys in certain workshops that shall remain nameless, but apparently it's something they used to deliberately try and do, and they used to have bets with each other as which ones they could get away with. So, yeah.
Is that someone sitting on a set of points down there?
Yeah, so they're kangaroo point levers. So when the switch or the points are thrown with a lever, the lever has a counterbalance weight on it, and you let go of it and it flings back. So it's what they call trailable facing points. So you can run through the points set against you, and the blades will just switch over.
Oh, it's like a spring switch, basically.
Yep.
Okay.
So if you see right in this image, if you see there's 3 containers on that first wagon behind the 3900.
Yep.
That center container, that's a 16-foot container.
Okay.
So these wagons here, they were actually scrapped because most of them ended up with broken backs. In that they ended up with major stress fractures in the frame, because they were designed for the traffic running up to Rockhampton, the express freight traffic. But once the containerization had sort of standardized completely on 20s and 40s, these wagons were running with the middle slot empty. And so the weird loading over the years, it caused stress fractures.
Interesting.
So, and then those louver vans or box wagons you can see, they're the QLXs, which is kind of the standard box wagon for Queensland. But you'll notice there's a bigger one there. That's what they call a CLO.
Yeah.
So that's basically about 1 1/3 QLXs in length. And they were pretty much captive to the North Coast line. You would see them in other places from time to time, but predominantly on the North Coast line.
So now I've noticed in this that there's no guards vans. When did
no, we got rid of those around 1989, 1990.
Okay.
You'd still see them on cattle trains, depending on what sort of cattle train it was, as in where it was coming from, where it was going to, and all of that. So cattle trains where they would have drovers riding with the livestock, and it would go from there. So this shunt that's being done here, the back 2 roads, so the back road itself, it's kind of your runaround track. The next road back, they would actually use, because behind the camera, about sort of half a mile around the curve, is actually a wagon maintenance depot.
Okay, so it was basically a rip track.
Exactly. It was effectively a large rip track.
Okay.
So they would do all your rolling repairs would be done in this area because it was nice and handy. because this yard is in the middle of Brisbane City, so it's kind of handy for everything. So effectively, this yard was operating like a hidden staging yard on a layout. Just someone's built some trees on it.
Yeah.
And yeah, so it was a fantastic spot to film trains, because this place was running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So that flat wagon you can see there, that started life as an HJS open wagon, and the bars running across it, that's actually for transporting vehicles.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
So those bars are there to act as a brace against the tires, so that you can tie down a vehicle. So this is right at the tail end of QR being what's called a common carrier. So you could go to Queensland Rail with pretty much anything you wanted to ship, and they would ship it.
And the old buggy going there.
Yeah, that's what I was just seeing.
He's not mucking round either.
No.
Oh, that's slow. You'd get to about 1 o'clock in the morning, and these guys would have drag races. It would as soon as the sun went down, professionality went out the window. It was brilliant. So these are predominantly HJS open wagons. This is what's called a spoil train. So Queensland Rail still has, I believe, 4 of them located around the state. There's smaller wagons there. They're little 4-wheel FJSs.
That's what I was about to ask.
Well, officially, all the 4-wheel wagons were withdrawn from traffic in '89, but what they did was they kept a couple hundred of them for departmental traffic and reclassified them as Z.
Okay.
So a spoil train is there in the event that you get a washout or flooding or anything like that, and they need basically 1,000 ton or so of rock to sort of shore everything up in a hurry. So these trains would be stationed all around the used to run about a dozen of them, I believe. It's something that most model for some reason, but they're everywhere. So that's your run-around track. These are your suburban electrics. These are the EMUs, the electric multi-units, which Queensland Rail had 88 of these 3-car sets.
Oh, wow.
They're scrapping them right now. So they've been replaced by newer and apparently better units. So that'd be a run back of just locomotive pooling going back to main yards, which is about a mile further up, is where the locomotive depot is and everything else. And then
electric cars are there too.
The electric locomotives are there. The electric cars is the Suburbans. They're all there.
What's that wagon in front of that? Is that a livestock wagon in front of those containers?
That one there, yes, that's a KSA cattle wagon.
Okay.
So, and then going through the container wagons, they're all a hodgepodge of different container wagons. Some of them are modified from other things. So right there, that wagon on the left, just above the time, that's actually another modification. That's actually, looks like a HOE. No, it's not a HOA. Sorry, that would be either a WH or something like that. It would have started life as an open wagon. And then what they've done is extended the ends and then put gates like you have on your standard 40-foot truck trailers down the side, just for carrying palletized goods, and then they can just throw a tarp over it.
That's one thing you'd never see here, somebody wearing shorts while working in her yard.
Well, it's Queensland, mate. It's hot. It's humid.
Yeah. That's the other thing is it, well, they got safety vests on. I was going to say it looked like it was before vest era.
It's funny because at the time that I filmed this, I was actually a volunteer with Queensland Rail Heritage, and we used to get the weekly notices would come out, and it would have only been around this year, maybe the year before, they actually said in it that they were trialing these new safety vests, and that they would encourage people to at least try to wear them. But the original safety vests were in hot. They were just, they were a nightmare to wear. You could sweat in the middle of a blizzard if you were wearing one. And they had the reflective stripes on them. But the problem in that the reflective stripes were actually made of aluminium, like an aluminium oxide.
Oh, no.
And they were highly flammable. So where we were with Queensland Rail Heritage, we were dealing with the steam locomotives. So it was a big no-no to wear one of these safety vests on the footplate, because any sparks or anything like that, your vest will catch on fire.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they did fix that, but
Yeah, it's not
it
too
was quite
safe.
entertaining. Yeah, it was quite entertaining at the time. So there's some HO open wagons up there in the top left, Craig.
Mm.
Huh.
One's yours, building. And there's a
Yes.
drover's wagon up top right. So there was, I think, 3 or 4 roads in the yard that had overhead wiring for bringing the freights in. So they were the arrival and departure roads.
So now, will you be modeling this with all tracks, or are you just going to be...
Yeah, no, we'll be doing all of this.
Okay.
It's just on 30 feet long.
Oh, wow.
So the only difference is that the yard, it curves to the left of the screen. It curves around to the south and goes into Roma Street Goods Yard, or what used to be Roma Street Goods Yard. And to the right of the screen, it curves around to the northeast. We're going to be straightening it out,
Okay.
just so that we can model it. So, but this is a very, very busy stretch of track. So over in the background, you can see some coal hoppers. They're actually the old VO coal hoppers, which were first produced for the Maura line around Gladstone west to Maura. And that was sort of QR's first playing around with running fairly decent sized trains. And apparently they had a massive problem with the coal, in that they're kind of an American style coal hopper, but they're made of steel, and our coal is a little bit too potent.
Oh,
So
no.
apparently it's very acrid, and so it would actually eat the steel. So those wagons got converted to lots of things. We converted some to molasses wagons. Some were converted to standard gauge and used for hauling stone down south. That white wagon you can see there, that's a refrigerated wagon, an RCF.
Okay.
So it's got 2 compartments. The one on the left, closest to the refrigeration unit, that's your frozen compartment. The other compartment's your chilled compartment. So, and they would basically haul ice cream and meat and everything else all around the state. But they're effectively a cold room on wheels.
How's the temperature maintained?
They have a refrigeration unit. They have a refrigeration unit on the end, and then underneath it there's a box. That's the fuel tank.
Okay.
I'll
So
see it when
now-
it comes back.
Yeah. So now, were the DHs gone by this point?
The DHs were still around, but they weren't really that common.
Okay.
So the DHs were brought in 69 in order to basically finish off the last of the steam locomotives.
Okay.
Steam was still used for shunting in like Roma Street Yard, just around the corner from here, in Normanby and places like that. So the DHs, their job was to finish off the steamers.
Okay.
So, but when I say the refrigerated wagon is a cold room on wheel, I mean, you know, your material that you make a cold room out of. It's like a foam that's laminated, like an aluminium sheeting. That's what these wagons are made out of.
Okay.
So, They've got pillars on all four corners and then a top rail across them. And then other than that, it's literally lined foam for the body and then just your conventional wagon underframe underneath it. But those runner wagons, the LSRs, you go throughout the state and you will never find two the same. In that they all got customized. So they have two boxes. There's a big box on either end. That's actually it's got a steel wall about sort of 8 or 10 inches high, and then they fill it with concrete, right, just to weight it down.
Okay. Sorry to cut the video short, unfortunately, but we do have a ton of questions. One of the questions we're going to start off with was from Mr. Gager, and that was, how much interchange traffic was there between the first Australian railroads, Adam?
Bucket loads, mate, bucket loads. So between Queensland and New South Wales, the original border crossing was at a place called Wallangarra, which if you look at the border between Queensland and New South Wales, it's pretty straight, but there's a little lumpy bit around on the eastern side. Well, part of that lumpy bit was land that was specially given from New South Wales to Queensland for that station. And to this day, if you go to Wallangarra station, it has two platforms, one at standard gauge and one in narrow gauge. And they have two different station awnings, a Queensland one and a New South Wales one. And there's actually a big red stripe across the middle of the platform to mark the border.
Okay. From Mr. Mackey, when did the Gabba yard close?
Sorry, the
Gabba?
The Gabba yard.
Yeah.
GAWBA. That's the
Yeah.
Woolen Gabba yard. That closed in the 1960s, late 60s.
Okay. From Mr. Ambrose, we got a couple questions. First one being, did the QR ever operate XPT sets?
No, New South Wales, or State Rail Authority of New South Wales, ran XPTs. They're very similar to they're almost identical to the British HSTs, except the British HSTs have Rolls-Royce engines in them, whereas the Australian ones, we found out you can save about $1.50 by putting Leyland engines in them.
And another one from Mr. Ambrose is, did the QR ever have any 2-foot gauge?
Yes. So Queensland has a couple of thousand miles of 2-foot gauge sugarcane railway, and one around the town of Innisfail, about 2/3 of the way up the side of the state, was bought out by Queensland Rail, and that was the Innisfail tramway. And they ran that, which that sort of ceased to exist in the 1950s and 60s, but went back to just being sugarcane. But they had some really weirdly interesting rolling stock and things like that. But that was the only 2-foot gauge line that QR owned.
Okay. And another one from Mr. Ambrose is, did Queensland Railways ever have any standard gauge rolling stock?
Technically, yes, briefly, sort of. So from the line from Townsville out to Mount Isa, Queensland Rail, when they were replacing the Midlander train or looking at replacing it, they were looking at upgrading the rolling stock. They brought some second-hand standard gauge coaches from New South Wales, which wouldn't have been able to run anywhere else. But on that line, it's about 952 kilometres. There's no tunnels, no bridges going overhead. There's nothing to restrict the loading gauge. So they bought a few coaches and sat them in Townsville Yard. They were going to have the narrow gauge bogies put on them and be run there, but it never happened.
Interesting. And then we have a couple other ones, such as, were there any locomotives imported from the United States?
Bucket loads. So the diesel locomotives that you're looking at, the more modern diesel locomotives, most of those are EMD units. So if you go back through it, you'll see the ones I had listed as 2200 horsepower. Those units, they're basically SD40s. Just they're a bit underfed, but internally they're an SD40. The bigger locomotives, the 4,000 odd horsepower units we've got, they're all GE units built here in Australia, but using American components. So, and as steam locomotives, we imported probably about 6 or 7 different classes. And then during the war, we ended up with a type called the AC-16, which was nicknamed the MacArthurs. They were a 282 that were built by Baldwin and Alco, and they went all over the world during the war. They were designed as a gauge convertible engine.
Okay. And then the last one is how effective were the Australian Standard Garretts for Queensland Railways?
They were effective for comedic relief. So effectively what happened was Queensland Railways and the Commonwealth Railways down in South Australia both had a 480 steam locomotive that we called the C-17 class. We said that we wanted more of those, about 200 more for the war. Instead, we got the Australian Standard Garrett, which nobody wanted. Queensland Rail ended up with 50 of them. In the middle of a world war, it caused the drivers to threaten to go on strike. So that should tell you how successful they were. And they, Queensland Rail sold them, but ironically, Queensland Rail never actually paid for them, but they did sell them.
Interesting. I've heard stories about them, and I was wondering more information on them. So thank you.
It's something that is worthy of a clinic because it's not meant to be a comedy, but it is. It's just hilarious. Everything you could design badly, they did.
All right. And it looks like that is the end of the Q&A session. For everybody who is on Facebook and YouTube, don't forget to check out the breakout rooms where Adam will be in attendance to talk more about Queensland Railways history. And it's at whereby.com/OMRG. And we want to thank again Adam for coming and giving the history on Queensland Railways.
No worries, mate. Anytime.
Yeah, so I just want to quickly add, Jordan, before we cut to some ads, that I really recommend anyone that's watching that wants to catch up with Adam. He's a wealth of knowledge, but if you do jump over there, definitely ask him about that Emu War.
Oh yes,
I'm sure
that's
you'll
a
get
big
a
one.
really great story and a great laugh, but I'll let Adam tell that, and we'll cut to some ads. Thanks again, Adam.
Cheers, Brad. Take it easy, guys.
Okay, so we're back here at NMRAx Studio 3 in sunny Gold Coast, Queensland, and I've been having a little look at the Gateway 2000 website at some of the tours that are going on there, and there's quite a selection to be had. So yes, this year again we're having a face-to-face convention at Gateway 2022 in St. Louis. I believe they say it's Missouri, isn't it? Or Missouri, or I'll always get that pronunciation wrong. But anyway, I'll be there. I'm going to be 30 hours in a toothpaste tube to get over there, but it should be fun. It should be fun. So, Jordan, I hear you've got another clinic coming up, another guest waiting in the wings there.
We definitely do. And it's our last presenter of the day, unfortunately, Martin.
Oh
Yeah,
well, I'll get out of here. Don't forget, everybody, get into Gateway 2022. The website's up there. You can do your registration and everything online. And I'll hand it over to you, Jordan, and you can take us through the last clinic of the day.
All right. Thank you, Martin. And as I said, this is our last presenter of the day. And she is the executive director of the Colorado Model Railroad Museum, Michelle Kempema. She is an operational lifesaver rail safety volunteer, and through that has had the opportunity to work with Union Pacific on its rail excursions. Since she loves all things rail, please welcome Michelle Kempema.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for joining tonight. I have a special guest with me because I am remote at a special event. This is Ed Dickens. Y'all might know him from the Union Pacific Heritage Fleet. And he's here tonight. We're at the Forney Museum of Transportation in Denver, Colorado, and it's home of Big Boy 4005, right? And Ed's actually the speaker tonight, and I asked if he would come in and say hi to y'all since the theme here is Union Pacific Heritage Fleet. So thanks for joining, Ed.
Hello, everybody. Good evening.
Unfortunately, he doesn't get to stay for questions and answer later because he's the speaker out there tonight at the museum. Tonight's event here is celebrating a Rio Grande GP30, and I think it's one you operated on.
I didn't operate that exact one, but
Okay.
yeah, it's really interesting. I guess I suppose it's unique that I'm the last engineer to operate a GP30 through the Moffat Tunnel.
Well, there you go.
27
That's your
years
claim
ago.
to fame. Then forget about
Yes.
the UP stuff.
Yeah, very neat. Interesting history.
So I work with Ed a lot with Operation Lifesaver and safety around trains and staying 25 feet back and doing that stuff. And so I often get to go along on excursions and do safety things, but that gives me the opportunity to see the Heritage Fleet, which is a fantastic fleet of beautiful, beautiful cars. And they're maintained, I talk about it in the video you're going to see, but they're maintained in Council Bluffs, Iowa, and by a wonderful team, just a great team from the Heritage Fleet. They're all unique. I think what I love about them is they're all so unique and different. Each car has its own story and its own style. And so I did this presentation so you could see the interiors, because oftentimes we just watch the train go by.
Yeah.
You're in the front and you're moving it right along.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, it really is a very, very unique fleet of equipment, meticulously maintained both mechanically and cosmetically.
Yes.
But the new flagship of the fleet, the Big Boy, is what pulls these cars around, both the 844 and the 4014. So they're very, very unique, very special fleet of cars that we're very fortunate to have that fleet.
And pulled by very special locomotives. I just love all of it. The locomotives, the cars, the whole picture. But we all know I'm a huge rail fan. So I'll be back later for question and answer. I want to explain that I was worried I wouldn't get all my slides in. So I think I spoke really fast in this video you're about to see, but that's what the pause button is for. You can always go back and play this later. So I hope that you enjoy our video, and thank you, Ed, for coming and saying hi to everybody.
Thank you for having me.
And enjoy seeing the Heritage Fleet. The interiors of the cars are just lovely, and I hope you enjoy this presentation, and I'll see you at the other end. So roll the video, Brad. Michelle Kempema with Colorado Model Railroad Museum, and I'm going to talk about the Union Pacific Heritage Fleet and what the cars look like on the inside. And the purpose of doing this is for modeling for the people that want to do interiors. And so I'm going to jump right in because I have a lot to get through. So in 2011, I started being a volunteer on the Cheyenne Frontier Days train, and I would see cars like the City of Denver. The City of Denver is a beautiful car built in 1959. The UP got it in 1989, and they named it City of Denver to honor the City of Denver train. One of my favorite things about this car is that there's a beautiful mural in the back by the bar, and this car has an amazing kitchen. It has 2 gigantic fridges in there, so oftentimes we would serve lunch in this car. Another car on the Cheyenne Frontier Days train is the City of San Francisco. The City of San Francisco was built in 1955 by American Car and Foundry. It's the only dome lounge that is still configured for end of train service with the lights on the back. So you'll see it has the platform off of the back. I thought this one had a really interesting history, so I'm going to say it really quick. The original City of San Francisco train began in June of 1936 with service from Chicago to San Francisco. It was jointly owned by UP and the Chicago Northwestern. However, the Chicago Northwestern operated the train only from Chicago to Omaha. UP operated it from Omaha to Ogden, and Southern Pacific operated it from Ogden on to San Francisco. I just thought that was a super interesting history of this car, and one thing I really love is the cup holders. This car also has the largest bar in the fleet, as you can see in the picture on the right. And this was actually stocked for service that day. And you can kind of see there's people in there too. Just a really beautiful car. The next one is the Missouri River Eagle, and this car had an identical car called the Colorado Eagle, and I'm going to show you that one at the end. But this one has these lovely blue chairs. It is a dome diner. It is upstairs. It's like picnic table alignment, as you can see in the drawing. It has 2 dining rooms in it, and so there's one at the front and one at the rear of the car. Very, very beautiful car. The next one is the Walter Dean, and this one has another interesting history. This car was built in 1955 by American Car and Foundry. It was acquired by UP in 1990, and it was named for Walter Dean, an actual UP employee. He began his service with Union Pacific in 1942 as a dining car waiter on the Challenger. At the time, the dining crew slept in the dining cars and kept mattresses in a hole underneath the floor. When Mr. Dean moved into the lounge car on the City of Los Angeles as an attendant, he was responsible for stocking and maintaining the bar, which you can see in this picture. Amazing people rode in this car and many of the cars that he served on, such as Mickey Rooney, Judy Garland, Frank Sinatra. Lots of people Walter Dean served, and so they wanted to honor him by naming this car for him. And you can see this one's very interesting in the fact that it has chairs that are movable. Those are just like living room chairs. You can move them around in the room. Oftentimes the chairs are not movable like that in these kind of cars. Our next one is the City of Portland. This one happens to be one of my favorite, as we actually rented this car for the museum in 2014. And we had a private party on it on the return trip of the Cheyenne Frontier Days train. It is a diner. The main dining room is what you see here on the left, with tables of 2 and tables of 4. Upstairs, we have those picnic style tables again, with the bench seating. But in the front, which Wayne is covering where you see the seating, there's actually a kitchen upstairs. This one has its own dumbwaiter from this upstairs kitchen where the doors are open there. The one on the right has a dumbwaiter that goes downstairs into the main kitchens, and they look like this. So the kitchens here, it's 2 levels, and I'm looking the same direction in both photos, but I'm in one kitchen on the left and the upper kitchen on the right, looking towards the other one. It's a really interesting kitchen. It doesn't have that back dining room like the Missouri River Eagle does. It has this gigantic kitchen. It also has another feature that's really good to know if you're ever on a train. This little area down below, where the 2 lower windows that you see on the outside of this car are, is this little tiny private dining area, and it is the most air-conditioned area of any car that I've ever been in. So you want to sit here on a hot day. You can see in this photo also the beautiful etching of all of the roses in the City of Portland car. It's just a beautiful, beautiful car. So those were the cars I knew. And I saw those cars every year over and over and over. And then we get to May 14th of 2019. And this is sunrise on that morning. And this is the morning of the inauguration of the Union Pacific Big Boy 4014. And so I'm invited to be an official volunteer again. And so we're there for breakfast at 5:30 a.m. And I get into the car without really looking at the cars. I'm assuming it's the cars I've already known. So we have breakfast, and this is me on the left and my husband with me in the middle, and again, Wayne, who's one of our board members. And we're in this car, and I'm like, this looks kind of like the city of Denver, but it's not. It's different. And it's actually called the Overland. And it's got the interesting wood pieces on the roof. And it has the same exact configuration as the city of Denver, but has a little bit nicer woodwork and a different mural on the bar. And so I suddenly started thinking about, this is a car I've never seen. Interesting. And then the tail car on that particular train, we walked back and looked at it, was called the Idaho. And I'd never seen this car either. I had no idea this even existed. It's an inspection car. And this made me think there's a whole lot of cars I've never seen. And so I started doing some research, and it ended up that I had a project. I was in Omaha, and it just worked out that I was able to go and visit the shops in Council Bluffs, Iowa. This is a heritage park. It's not open to the public. I did have an appointment to be there for another reason, and they did allow me to take a tour and photograph, hoping that someday people would model the interiors of these correctly. And so I am allowed to share these photographs of the cars that I was able to see this day. If you Google map Union Pacific Heritage Fleet, you will find it there. You can see it from over a bridge, and you can kind of drive around the property, and sometimes there's cars outside. So this is what the interior of that very large shed looks like. And I did find out that they do own 45 to 48 pieces of heritage equipment in their fleet, depending on if you consider current or not active cars. So you walk into this massive building, and this is where they take care of their cars. They're just amazing. No other railroad I know of has maintained its historic equipment or honored its past like the Union Pacific has here. The preservation of its fleet speaks to the high value that UP places on its heritage, and I love that they take care of their fleet. So let's look around. It's 4 tracks wide, and there's about 8 to 10 cars on each track at this point when I'm in the building. I think there's actually room for more. I'm there on a Friday, and so no one's working. So they gave me a tour and turned on the power to the things that were lit, and that's what we went through. So I've seen about 50% of what's in there. So the first car that we went into is called the Sun Valley. It's a boardroom. And when you walk in, this car used to have a barber shop right there where you're walking in and some other things. It was built in 1949 by American Car and Foundry. And over its life, it's had the barber shop, a valet service, a cafe. But in 1989, UP named it Sun Valley to honor their ski resort that they had in Idaho, and made it into their boardroom car. And where the long board table is, that's Bose speakers and super high-tech equipment. You can kind of peek under the table there and see that they even have kind of a sound mixer board there. It's super high-tech. This is where they have their board meetings. However, they did keep their original interior lighting around this room, around the edges, and I think that that's a really nice touch. This is the kitchen in the Sun Valley, and this is another one of those round murals, like it goes 90 degrees around a corner. So in this picture, I tried to stitch the mural together to show you that it's actually a mural of Promontory. So the next car we went into was the Idaho, and I'd seen it back in May of 2019, and this is January of 2020. So I walked around behind it and peeked in that open window there, and this is what it looks like when you peek in the window. There's a granite floor there, and the handle that you see is for the speaker to hang on to so that they have something to just keep them steady as the car's rolling. And they teach classes in this car while they're rolling. It is an inspection car. This was fully restored in 2018 and 19 for that inauguration day, and it has mahogany, and from here you can kind of see that leather ceiling they have in there. They added a women's bathroom because it only had one restroom. And the kitchen, although they were working in this car this day, so it's a little bit of a mess, but it's because it was an active site the night before. All of the cabinetry they do, those cabinets you can see the metal, those are custom made in their metal shop. And here on the left is the new office they put in. Those printers on that table, there's a lever you pull and those drop down, and then the piece of wood behind it folds down, and now it's the bed. So the secretary or employee on this particular car stays in this car, sleeps in it, works in it, and is the attendant and can travel in it the entire time. You can see the boardroom, and they have a chair up on the table because they were working on the chair. So they have a boardroom in this car, and then they also have granite windowsills. And I took this picture because I was so amazed at just the detail in this car. Here is the back of the classroom, and there's also a mini kitchen right behind the rows of chairs there. They also have super high-tech desks. So the chair in front of you, the back folds out and becomes a desk, and you actually have 2 USB ports and a plug-in for every single person. So they've gone high-tech on their classroom. But they did keep all of the beautiful little details from the past. So there you can see the gauges here in the center, and they also kept their brake where you could pull the string and pull the brake. I just thought those were nice touches. The next car we went into is the Shoshone. It was built in 1914. This is the second oldest car next to the Selma in the fleet. It was built in 1914 by Pullman Standard for UP Chairman Robert Lovett. It was donated to the California State Railroad Museum in 1985 and then loaned back to UP in exchange for business car number 103 in 1992. So it's actually part of the fleet, but kind of on loan from the museum is what I understand. It was named to honor Shoshone and the whole Idaho route of UP. So let's look at this car. It's just opulent. The kitchen was custom made, and there's even little details in the cabinetry. If you can see the circles of the little dots, all handmade in the UP shops. There's little details of who's calling from what room. There's also this room that has the lights on the door that I thought were interesting. It was the exercise room, but today it's a little office, so people can just rest in this little office area. Then it has this opulent dining room, and they kept all of the mahogany. And you can see the details in the lights, and there's real oil paintings in there, original art. And they also have this beautiful dining cabinet full of china and crystal. And then as you go on into the sleeper cars, there's little details like the fan up in the corner, and you can see the curtains and the upholstery are really beautiful. It also has bathrooms. And so there's a bathroom for each room, but there's also a little settee with a sink inside each bedroom. So they're like little suites, very beautiful. And then here is the parlor area of the car, and it had some really pretty details. So I always take pictures of the details, and I love the grain pattern in this wood that's used here and the curtains. I just think it's a really beautiful car. So the next one we went to is, of course, the Overland, where I had breakfast. And I love the woodwork in here. The Overland was built in 1949 by the St. Louis Car Company as a lunch counter cafe. In 1988, they added the hardwood and made it into the diner that it is today. It is named after the original Overland Flyer, and it also has a really nice kitchen area. Here's its bar painting up close, so you can see it's got a heritage unit on there. I'm going through the desert. And then we head into the city of Los Angeles. This car was really fun because it hasn't been changed. It was built in 1949 by American Car and Foundry. It remains in its original configuration as a 48-seat diner, although they have the tables out of it in this photo. The original city of Los Angeles Streamliner began service from Chicago to Los Angeles in May of 1936, and it was considered the premier Streamliner in direct competition with Santa Fe's Super Chief at the time. So Hollywood stars would ride in this train, and you can see it has that original lighting like the Sun Valley did around the top. One of the interesting things about this car is that in the advertising for it, they featured the use of the modern materials for mica and naugahyde. So very interesting car. It does have a really nice kitchen in it with walk-in freezers, which for the time, that was really a new concept. So now we're going to head into a sleeper. This is the Omaha. It is a deluxe sleeper built in 1949. It began as a 12-roomette, 4-bedroom sleeper named Western Star, but then was converted into this 8-bedroom sleeper and named Omaha. This one is actually really popular because every room has its own bathroom to itself and doesn't have to share with anyone. It also went on the inauguration train with Big Boy in 2019. As you walk down through it, you'll see the rooms are not as opulent, but definitely functional. There is some neat pictures on the wall too. So now we're going to go into the Portola, and the Portola is It's built in 1945 by American Car and Foundry. It also was a 12-roomette, 4-bedroom sleeper. It was originally the Western Valley. In 1989, UP converted it into this 8-bedroom sleeper and named it Portola to honor the Western Pacific Feather River Canyon area. It's also very beautiful. We'll look through the wood. It also has those push buttons of a bygone day in it. So the next car is the Western Star. It was originally the Promontory, but they named it Western Star so that you could use Promontory on the Experience car. They kind of have this way of changing names and recycling names, but they're all good names, so I'm glad they use them again. This one is actually the healthy car. It is the exercise car, and the things under the sheets are treadmills and weight machines. And at the other end, they have this cute little pump time clock and some pictures of how to do a proper workout. I would love to see this on a train. I've never seen this out on the road, but I think it's great that they have an exercise car. So our next car is the Lake Bluff. This is a deluxe sleeper. It was built in 1965 by Pullman for the Kansas City Southern Railway. It was then sold into the New Jersey Department of Transportation in 1972 and then to the Chicago Northwestern in 1986. Chicago Northwestern named it Lake Bluff, and when UP acquired it in the merger, they left it as Lake Bluff. It is a 4-bedroom sleeper, so you can see a bedroom on the left, your own restroom in the middle, and then to the right is the other picture where you have a desk, an in-room sink, and a closet. So it's a really nice car to travel in if they'll put it on the train for you. So this slide, I love these old panels. To me, these panels that were in all the cars look like Star Trek to me, or something like that. But they have really custom items that they use on here, custom ways of doing their generators and parts and things. And I love seeing them. So I took a picture of that one. And as we got out of this car, I looked down this walkway here, and I looked under the car and I asked, what are some of the things under the cars and what do they do? So we walked over and we looked at this piece of equipment. This is the microfor treatment tank and the chlorinator, and this has bacteria in it, and it actually converts the waste of that car into liquids and gas, and then that is dripped out as water onto the rail as they go. So they are 100% self-contained cars. So if you ever wonder where all of the waste goes, this is how they do it. I think it's pretty amazing. Okay, so we're off to another business car. This is the Feather River. It's a beautiful business car, and they worked on it in 1989 and used some modern things like this TV that goes up and down. I thought that was kind of fun. This is a 1950 Pullman standard car originally. In 2001, they did this wood interior on it, and it's just a beautiful car. So let's look at it. In the living room, there's these couches in the parlor, and this desk was a real working desk, and actually you can see the radios so they can listen to the radio chatter and answer if they need to. Just some really pretty details. And here is what the rooms look like. And I love the Western art on the walls. Again, you have a sitting area in your room. Just really nice. And then it has this dining room, which was upgraded to pretty modern standards. And this lovely photo actually does something special. And we're going to see if this will work. So it's actually the screen for the meetings, their computer screen, and then it becomes this photo. I thought that was pretty clever. Then we go to the Promontory Union Pacific Experience car, and hopefully many of you got to see this or have seen videos of it. This has been out on tour with them since 2019, and it has history of the railroad and some interactive things and a heat panel. Pre-COVID, it had a heat panel where you could touch the wall. So I have my handprint there where I touched the wall inside it. So our next car is really a beautiful car, and they kind of saved the best for last, I think. So this is the Lone Star. It has the beautiful UP shield on the back. This is a business car with that back area where you can stand out on the platform. And the Lone Star was also built in 1950 by Pullman. It went through many renumberings. From 1971 to 1989, it was named the Pocatello after the Shoshone tribal chief Pocatello, who granted the right-of-way to Union Pacific in Idaho. And in 2001, it received a major wooden upgrade. This is wood. It's a very light maple in this parlor. And it was named the Lone Star in honor of the Texas division of the Union Pacific. And this is the car that President George Bush rode in. I love this parlor. I think this couch is very unique. I love the shades and just the color and the lightness of this car. This personal car is often chosen by current UP people to take out. So you'll often see it on the end, the Lone Star. So let's take a look around it. The bedroom, of course, they were in between so that the bed's not made and the chair's up on the bed so they can vacuum. But you can see there's original Western art on the walls. And the bathrooms have granite countertops and you have sitting areas and it's just beautiful. So probably my favorite car is the Lone Star. So that was the end of my tour of the cars, but then that wasn't the end of my tour. In the Heritage Shop, they have their own museum archives. And so this area here in the fenced area is where they keep supplies, parts, and archives of these cars. And so we'll kind of walk through this area. Here's where they keep extra chairs and tables and frames and parts and bits and pieces and things on shelves. And so these are kind of base components for things they would need to work inside the cars. Here's the wagons they use to roll things around should they need to add a table in a car. Those are probably tables from that Los Angeles. And then on the shelf, if you can tell in the plastic, there's actual upholstered chairs on the shelf. So if they need to throw some chairs on a car, they're ready to go. I think there's couches on the third shelf up and just some pieces like that. They also have this. This is all of the upholstery and carpeting used in the cars. And so I thought it was really neat. I walked up close and found the City of Portland dining chair fabric. And on the right here, this is another section where they keep very specific things and even lamps and detail parts and boxes. And every car has its own little section of this part of the shop. And so I thought it was really neat. I found some parts for the Selma, which is the oldest car, and lots of different things in this area. And I love that they kept all these things. So then we went across to the actual shop where things are really worked on. So this is the actual shop at Heritage Park. I love this saying, through these doors walk the greatest craftsmen in the world. I think that's great. I know that's been there for a long time and it's true. An excellent craftsman. So this is when you walk in the shop, this is the view you see. And then when you turn to your left, they have the rail bays. This car, when I was there, was completely gutted. There was nothing inside it. It was completely open. And this is the Pony Express car. And this car, I'm going to show you later how it was finished for 2021. And then the next slide is some more cars. They have 4 or 5 bays. I can't remember exactly how many. And they can get down underneath them. As you can see, they can pull the floor out here. And I'm standing in the Pony Express and looking across in the second photo here on the right. They also have these incredibly huge jacks and that ceiling crane there, so they can pull a car all the way down into this section and lift things. They just have kind of every tool they need in this shop. This area of the shop is kind of off to the side, and this is the metal part of the shop where they make the cabinets. All the kitchen cabinetry is made on that table. And I just thought that was neat. I loved the detail that they put in some of the cars. And then when you turn around from here, you see the offices, and those are the drum heads over the years hanging on the wall. I even see a presidential one right in the middle there. And the 150-year one, that blue one on the right. So that's what the shops look like. And that kind of concluded my tour of the shops in Council Bluff, but that isn't the end of my journey of learning about the cars. So I've also had the pleasure of being able to go to Cheyenne, and I'm kind of a volunteer who takes care of this car, which is the Selma. And the Selma is one of my favorite cars. It's the oldest car in the fleet. It was built in 1914 by Pullman Standard, and it was ordered for Mr. E.H. Harriman, who was really one of the first UP men to really build the company. But he passed away before the car was built, so only his sons rode in this car. Inside, you'll see there's photos of them. Here, this is a photo of Mr. Harriman and his 2 sons. And then the photo on the bottom is Mr. Harriman talking to someone when they were kind of working on the car, but unfortunately he did pass away right before it was completed. This is the parlor. I think it's kind of a fun car. It was redone in the late 80s, and I'm not sure the exact date it was redone, but they did acquire it. It went to Western Pacific. They acquired it back in 1982, and then they did a remodel on it. So the pink and green is a totally different theme than the other cars we've looked at. It is a business car, so it does have this parlor on this end, and it has a dining room, which has beautiful cabinetry. And it also has 3 sleeping quarters in it. And the 2 main ones share a bathroom in the middle. The door with the mirror opens to a bathroom that is adjoining to the other room on the other side. It's just a beautiful, beautiful car. And then this past year in 2021, I got to ride again with UP, and I saw this car. This one originally looked just like that Missouri River Eagle that I showed earlier, but they have redone this one in red. It is the Colorado Eagle, and it went out on the 2021 excursions. Again, it has that same shape of chair, you can tell, as the blue ones were, but they've redone all of the upholstery, carpets, and everything in it, and just beautiful, beautiful car. It is a dome diner, and here's what the seating looks like in the dome. And I was blown away by the double sink granite countertops in the bathroom on this car. They went all out, and you can see in the mirror that they have mahogany door into a separate bathroom. Just a beautiful, really, I guess you'd call it, I forgot the word they use for them. It's more like a parlor, or it's not necessarily just a bathroom. It's a sitting room. So very nicely done. Also in the cars that I was able to walk through are the tool cars. And so I was just going to take a little bit of time and go through the tool cars with you. So the first tool car is the Art Lockman. I only have one photo of this because I didn't spend much time in here. This is where the crew is, and it's super busy, and I didn't want to be in the way. But as you can see, pretty much every tool that you would ever need out on the road is somewhere in the 3 cars called the tool cars. Most of them are in the Art Lockman. This is the car where the crew hangs out, they stay, they have ladders to quickly get out of it. So it's a very active car. In the Art Lockman, I'm in the middle of the car here. I'm looking towards the locomotive, and behind me is a door, and that door goes into a kitchen area. So they actually have a refrigerator, countertops, cupboards. I forgot to take a picture of it for you. I'm sorry. But that's where they go and they make a quick lunch when they're on the road. And that little room of the kitchen is the only air-conditioned part of the tool cars. So a lot of times if you're just dying of heat, you'll go in there, cool off, get a drink. And then as you walk out of the kitchen area, there's a small little locker room there. And then as you head back through the cars, the next car is the boiler dorm. And I also didn't take photos of it, but I'm not sure they'd want me to. It is basically a car with a long hallway with rooms, and it's where the crew have little tiny rooms to themselves. And Ed Dickens has a room there. And it's also the boiler part, though. So half of it is working, and the other half is the dormitory. And then on the next car from that is the Lynn Nystrom. And this is where I rode. And so I did take quite a few pictures here. So this is kind of a look when you open the door. You can see there's some neat rugs in there, and there's lockers. And this is where they keep a lot of the equipment for when they have display days. You'll see on the right, you see they have the signs. Above that is all of, if they needed any kind of sawhorse kind of barricades, things like that. And then here's a picture looking from the other side, looking back towards where I was walking in there. They do have a washer dryer. The guys have to do their laundry on the road. It's just part of that. And in this picture with the washer dryer, that little pipe up at the top, the silver, they had that vented outside on hot days, and people kept asking questions. What's the pipe sticking out the door? It's the laundry vent. So as they travel, the guys can do their laundry. They can have, they can stash their bags in here. There's some suitcases on shelves, as you can see. This is where they keep their overnight gear. They'll grab it when they had, some of the crew goes off to hotels at night. A few of them stay on the train. And so this is a really needed car. And this is the 3rd car of what are called the tool cars. These stay in Cheyenne. They stay with the crew. They always travel with the locomotive. The next car is the Pony Express. And the Pony Express is the one that was completely empty when I saw it. And now it's this car that goes out with them on the road along with a power car for it. So it always travels with the power car. And this car is for those display days. I know in Denver in 2021, they had about almost 30,000 people come out for display day, and they provide water for those people. And so here's where they would store cases and cases of water. And they have, in this next picture, they have coolers here. Those go on the golf cart. So they run around and make sure the volunteers have water. There's water tanks here on the right. There's tools. As you look down through this, you can see there's tool cabinets. And up above, there's storage for pipes and anything they might need. We have lumber. We have everything you could possibly think of. And I'm going to go back a slide. Here's the tool boxes on the right. They were labeled for pretty much every kind of possible part you would ever need. There's another washer dryer in here, and there's refrigerators and freezers. I just wanted to point that out. On the right is there's 3 refrigerators. On the left, there's 3 freezers like that. And they have clear doors so you can see what's on them, which is really, really nice. So that is pretty much my look at the interior of the cars. Now, a lot of the information about where the cars were made and things like that came from these websites. upsteam.com, you look that up, you'll find current information on where they're going. The link below, the up.com/heritage/steam, you can actually look at floor plans. Every floor plan drawing I had in this presentation was screen captured from this site. So if I had a floor plan, it's because UP had it on their website. Now, where I got the history of where the cars came from was from Utah Rails and utahrails.net. It hasn't been updated in the last few years, but it has a ton of historic data. Tells you what the car originally was, who owned it, when they owned it, when it changed hands. Just a fantastic resource. So without these 2 web pages, I could not have done this presentation. So what I really hope is that those of you that like to model, that this will help you. You can go back and maybe pause on the screens and do the interiors of your cars like they really are, which isn't that kind of like the ultimate modeling, is to get the interior right too. So thanks for going with me. If you have any questions, I will be right here to answer them.
All right. And it is question time, Michelle. And we have
Okay.
actually quite a few good ones. The first 2 are from Keith from Humanity Junction. And the
Okay.
first one is how do railroads define heritage?
Okay, so that's interesting. I do not know Union Pacific's definition of heritage, but I do know what they did is preserve the heritage of all the railroads that they kind of took in and swallowed up over time that they merged with. And so the cars honor that. The city of Denver, the city of St. Louis, the Portland Rose car. I mean, these cars honor trains from the past. They honor other lines. The Selma car honors the Western Pacific when they merged with the Western Pacific. So I think heritage to them means everything that made us who we are today. And so that's pretty much how I would define that. And I love that they've kept their history in such great shape and working order.
And the other question from Heath is how are these cars considered heritage when they have USB and other modern technology aboard them?
Yeah, okay. That's because they still use them for their purpose. The boardroom car is still used as a boardroom. In fact, it'll go out once a year, twice a year, and they have business meetings on it. So they do need that modern technology. And in the Idaho, that's a classroom. And so when they're teaching people about how to do whatever they're doing, whatever kind of lessons about rail and testing and all of that, they need the technology in there. So I love that they've combined modern with their heritage and they're using those cars for their original purposes. I think it's great.
So here's another question we got from um, just general group we got is how many cars are there in the fleet itself?
There's 44 to 48, depending on if you consider active or inactive, and I have yet to see them all. The ones you saw today were the ones that were available that day, and the ones that I've been inside on excursions. And so that's it's a lot, and they take care of all of them. I think it's great.
So I noticed in your presentation there weren't any of the theater cars, the cars that like for their inspection trains the big glass window at the back?
Oh yeah, there was. The Idaho was in there.
Okay, I must have
There was
missed
one.
it then.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that was the tech car. That's where they added all the tech, is to that one.
Is that the only theater car they have?
No, they also have the Sun Valley, and I was not able to go through that.
Okay. And to keep in with the inspection train slash business train slash office car specials, how many of these cars are used in the office car specials?
Well, that's a good question because it's different every time. So typically the Overland is taken out, or the City of Denver, one or the other. You're going to see that as your diner. You're going to see, if it's an excursion, you're going to see those dome excursion cars. You're going to see the Walter Dean, the City of San Francisco, the City of Portland. Those are used often. I think the Colorado Eagle, the Colorado River Eagle, will be used a lot. They just finished refurbishing that last year. So I think we'll see it a lot more than we will the Missouri River Eagle, and maybe they're planning to work on that now, because those two are very similar. Sometimes they have two of the same kind of car, and they'll use one and while they work on another.
All right. And Dave Hammer asked, was that one car, was one of the cars in your photo the car that was used for George Bush funeral train?
No, I don't actually have an interior photo of that, except I'm in it and it's kind of that is the car that has the flag on the side, and there's nothing in it. It is for the Cheyenne Frontier Days train. It is the dance hall. There's literally nothing in it. It's just a hardwood floor. So it was perfect for the George Bush funeral memorial thing. It was lovely because you had all that space in that car, and it's a beautiful car, and it has the big half door that will open so you can see out. Yeah, and I actually, I guess I haven't ever photographed it because it's just got a hardwood floor. So.
And how big is the building that the equipment's stored in?
Okay, I don't have the answer to the square footage on that. You guys can pull up Google Maps and do the math. It's big though. It was way larger than I expected. It has 4 rails in it, 4 sets of rail, all the whole length. It's huge.
All right. And one of our final questions is how long have you been a volunteer with Operation Lifesaver?
For 12 years.
12 years.
And
Okay.
I've loved every minute of it, and I love talking to people and kids about being safe around trains. I'm hugely adamant about this. So yeah, I love working with Operation Lifesaver.
All right. And this is actually one that's just popped in. Are the locomotives, any of the locomotives in Union Pacific's fleet, part of the Heritage fleet besides the steam locomotives?
Well, there's the E9s.
Oh yeah. Okay.
The 941 or the 949 and the 951. They are, and there's also a Centennial. Is it let's see if I get the number right. 6936, maybe.
I think
I'm
you're
not always
correct
good
on
with
that.
the diesel numbers, but yeah, there's the Centennial. It's there in the Roundhouse in Cheyenne. So there's more.
All right. And again, we are nearing the end of this. Our next NMRAx is in July 23rd. I do believe Brad and Martin have news for us, but also please don't forget to check out the breakout rooms at whereby.com/OMRG, where Michelle will be to answer questions about the fleet if you have any.
Thank you for watching, everybody, and hopefully you can hit the pause button if I was talking too fast.
Well, we've made it through another 8 hours of clinics from well, I didn't know you were going to tell everybody that, but yeah, I did have a nice nap halfway through there, so I am nicely refreshed and ready to go. We've got well, we might finish up on the NMRA digital mag. We got a few other. We've told everyone you can get it on the website. You can get it from the App Store, whether it's you're either an Apple aficionado or a Android aficionado. And you had some other comments. There's also a frequently asked questions section, isn't there?
Yeah, so if anyone wants to jump on and they're having a few issues with the magazine, jump onto the website. There is a frequently asked questions part. So if you hit the landing page for the NMRA, there is a banner there. Click onto that and you'll see a list of frequently asked questions, and that should be able to help you out. If not, reach out. Riley will be able to point you in the right direction.
Yep, yeah, we'll have to give big thanks to Riley for putting all this together. But yeah, I think that one of the biggest problems people have had is their email address that's actually on file with NMRA isn't the one they're currently using or the likes. And so the email you use to sign into it, just make sure that's the one that's on file with NMRA. If it's not, you'll have some problems. Get hold of the IT department. I believe Speed is pretty quick in getting those turned around, and yeah, you'll be in there.
Yeah. So and like Jordan said, we're back in a couple of months. We're back in the end of July with another suite of clinics, much the same as this time around. If anyone wants to give a clinic, me and Speed are more than happy to hear from you, and we'll always try to find you a spot in one of the shows. So same thing, send Speed or me an email and we'll fit you in.
Not a problem. Well, I guess we'll wind up the studio here for another session, and we'll be back on the 23rd of the 7th, and yeah, we'll take it from there. So I'll bid you all a good afternoon, a good evening, or if you're in Australia, a good morning. I'm going to go and get some breakfast now. I think, I don't know about you, Brad, but there's a lovely cafe just down by the beach here that I might venture down to. They don't do it. They don't do a bad feed. Anyway, we'll catch you all later.